segment, Mod. You came back and you brought the RNG with you. I appreciate you, buddy.
You're very welcome.
You're German, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so you're enjoying seeing all these 7-0s, aren't you? See, there's the giant looper. You see it in the bottom right. We're not going to fight him yet, though. There's a discovery around here that I need to grab. Just otherwise, I'm going to forget it. Am I not high enough for Eclipse? Oh, there it is. Cool. I'm going to give you an update on our splits going into here, because I think we're going to save a lot of time here because of how clean that discovery hunt was. We're not going to know for about 4 hours. Going in, this is going to sound really bad. Those of you who were here, you saw there's an RNG fight that you might have missed, Mod. It's the worst fight in the game. I needed to reset twice. It was really bad. We lost 8 minutes. So we're 12 minutes and 37 seconds behind the world record right now. But
yeah, I did see that.
I am actually reasonably optimistic after that discovery hunt that we might be a little bit ahead coming out of here. Realistically, we come in 12 minutes 37 behind. I'm assuming we're about 50 kills ahead, which should be about 6 to 7 minutes. So realistically, we're closer to 6 minutes behind. So I think we're doing pretty well here overall. And we've started things off amazing on this split. Everything went well. I believe Minireta had trouble with the flying flail, which means that's at least 2 minutes that we saved there. And just the rest of the discovery hunt was super, super clean. So very nice. Yeah, I'm going to start reading chat. Normally, I know people have been like specifically asking me questions throughout the course of the run. In general, I try to not address chat super hard during these runs, and I think that's what most people do because... you know, these are uploaded to YouTube as well, and we want the people to be able to watch on YouTube and know what's going on. So we don't want to have, like, a lot of content where people are just, like, not sure what's happening if they're watching on YouTube, stuff like that. But in this case, usually if I'm answering a question, I will, read the question out first and then answer it. We haven't had a fight with less than 6 enemies yet. This is amazing. All right, Minireta said he entered Looperland with 438. Yeah, so I'm about 50 ahead coming in. I have 514 now after a few of these fights. So yeah, if you guys have any questions for me, or just about anything really, it could be about me, it could be about the run, it could be about the community, it could be about whatever you want. We'll hang out. Notice Me Senpai says the Kraken. I'm not going to be responding to Notice Me Senpai things, but the Kraken is a tier 3 sub of mine who donated money to ESA earlier, so I notice you, buddy. You are a god and a prime member of our Pengyy patrol. I always appreciate. How do you have so much energy, bro? So I prepare for this run. Anytime I do a hundo, I have about a 10-day preparation window. And basically what that preparation window is a caffeine detox. I don't have any caffeine. I usually drink a lot of caffeine. I do 10 days without any caffeine, so then the caffeine hits a little different when I'm doing this run. It keeps me going, and yeah, that's how we have the energy. I'm also used to doing long streams. I mean, I do 24-hour streams that aren't speedruns sometimes. Back when I was streaming Starcraft, I did a few 24-hour Starcraft streams. I've run this category 6 or 7 times. I used to run Pokemon Coliseum 100% now and then, which is also around 20 hours. So yeah, I do a lot of long streams. So I'm kind of used to it. It's one of those things. It's kind of like anything, right? It's like running or anything. It's like it's stamina that you have to build up, and it's obviously less physical stamina. Although like that does play a little bit of a role when it's this long. It's mostly just mental stamina because like streaming can get really, really tiring. And even for me when I'm able to do this stuff, like if I take like a week or two off streaming, or if I'm just streaming like 2-3 hours at a time for a few weeks, it sort of lessens that stamina a little bit. So you do need to do a little bit of prep work to be able to do this stuff. But yeah.
Oh, that is true.
Oh, B-Mow's back, buddy! Hey, how are you? Did you see my discovery hunt?
I did not see your discovery
Perfect.
hunt. I
Absolutely
may or may not
perfect.
have been napping.
That's fine. Of course.
Yeah. I recently got put on medication that at certain points it makes me sleepy as all absolutely. So I just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a little nap, and now I am good.
Yeah, it was perfect. I got early flail.
Nice.
Everything was really nice. I have a lot of questions to get caught up with. How am I holding up? Asks the book. Great. You know, I'm upset with the 8-minute time loss we had on XNS Demons, but I've had a little bit of time to decompress, and you guys have been wonderful. It's always a pleasure being here on ESA. I'd love to be able to record for you guys in front of this kind of a crowd and this kind of an event, but the priority is just putting on a good show, and I'm glad that you guys have been enjoying it enough to be sticking out for all of it. It's always a pleasure, and I honestly am a little bit surprised still that ESA agreed to let me do this run. Basically, when I submitted it, I told people I was submitting it, but I was like, I think there's no universe where they would normally accept this run, but people really liked any percent, so there's like maybe a 3% chance they accept it this time. So it actually worked out. Have I done practice runs? I don't do practice runs in any game, actually. I really can't motivate myself to do practice runs. My practice is doing runs.
I feel that.
What is... I'm not going to answer that one, Kumatora. I'm sorry. I don't have an answer for that one, but it's also... We need to keep it PG for the stream. On my own personal stream, I answer non-PG questions, but I don't have an answer to that one because I'm not interested. Let's see. Favorite discovery and why? Balloon Seed. It's worth a ton of money, and it's very easy to get.
Skytrain. Because it's also worth a decent bit.
Yep.
And it's also just on the way.
Let's see. What is my opinion of the Skies of Arcadia track in Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed, asks Booyah Boy. I am not a Sega person. I play 2 Sega games, Skies of Arcadia and Football Manager. So I do not have an answer for that one either. Have I ever speedrun Gale of Darkness? Yes! I don't enjoy the Gale of Darkness speedrun, actually. So for those who are not sure what that is, that's the sequel to Pokemon Colosseum. Gale of Darkness as a speedrun is very monotonous. It's basically a visual novel. Like, not actually, but Colosseum has very advanced AI, where no run is the same. You have to adapt to a lot of AI that's based on IVs and based on damage calcs. The AI, considering it's the previous game, it's really weird to me that it's a more advanced AI, but they made the AI a lot easier in XD Gale of Darkness, so every fight should go the exact same in every single run, which I get that some people like because of the consistency, but for me, it's a little boring. Could I give a brief synopsis of the story to this point? Asks Newfie. I am the wrong person for that. I have never played this game that is in a context that is not a speedrun or routing of a speedrun, but I'll try. So, Bina was sent by the Moon People to collect the Moonstones, and her friend slash bro slash childhood buddy Ramirez was sent down before her and turned evil because reasons. And he's also trying to get the Moonstones for his daddy figure Galcian, who is the big bad who wants to take over the world. So we've been gathering the Moonstones. We have all of the Moon Crystals. We have all of the Moon Crystals now, and that's basically where we are.
That's a pretty decent TLDR.
What is my favorite kind of sandwich? I am a big fan of tuna. I think a good tuna sandwich is really good. I also like a good club sandwich. Club sandwich is real nice. What made you want to speedrun this game and why this category specifically? Asks Sniper Not Dylan. So I told this story a little bit earlier. When I was in high school, or like late middle school, I don't remember which, my friend Oliver told me this game was really good, and he loaned it to me, and I played like 5 hours of it, and I was like, yeah, that is really good. And then I gave it back to him, and I never borrowed it again. And then in 2018, I was just like casually sitting there one day, and I went, what if people speedrun that Skies of Arcadia game? And then I saw they did, so I did too.
That is literally the same reason, except I owned it. Like, I owned the game, and I did the exact same purpose. Just looked it up, was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this. See what happens.
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bizarre A asks what my favorite track in the game is. I really like the Horteka theme. I think that's my personal favorite. I have a lot of favorites, but that's my ultimate favorite. And Kuma asks what the black stuff on the wall behind me is. That is acoustic foam. I moved to a new apartment about a month and a half ago. I'm actually not done putting up all my acoustic foam. This whole wall is covered. That whole wall is covered, and I'm working on this wall now because my apartment is naturally very, very echoey, and I'm also kind of set up in a hallway. I have like a long, awkward hallway to my kitchen that is just dead space, and I figured to myself, I basically work from home because I just do a variety of esports stuff and also streaming. So I was like, all right, I kind of don't want to set up my PC in my room again because, like, even just having it in a different room gives you that feeling of going to the office and makes it a lot easier to work instead of just like browsing Reddit or doing whatever in your own room. So I thought that this is a bit of a perfect space to do that. But because of the natural echo, I need to set up a ton of acoustic foam. So you might still hear a little bit of an echo. It was about 20 times worse when I moved here. Have I ever encountered a non-scripted shiny Pokemon? Very many times. I speedrun Pokemon for about 5 years. I still speedrun them occasionally. I do hardcore Nuzlocke now. I ran into a non-scripted shiny Gulpin yesterday, or 2 days ago. And I killed it because I don't agree with shiny claws being a thing, if you know what Nuzlocks are. And then I immediately lost my run to multiple crits, so we call that the Revenge of Gulpin now. Also, my Pokemon Let's Go personal best has a shiny Rapidash in it, which is awesome because you spend the last hour of the game riding around on Rapidash. So I'm riding around on a shiny Rapidash in my PB video, which is one of the reasons why I kind of don't want to run that game anymore, because it's kind of hard to beat that.
Hey, what are we at kill-wise now?
574.
Okay.
That was fun.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I messaged Arcadia Legend and Burns when I started running, and I was like, hey, I see you run this Skies of Arcadia game. Do you have notes? And then they both sent me their notes, and I made sort of an amalgamation of their notes to start. And then I realized it was a really bad idea because they didn't use the same route. So I just started using Arcadia Legends notes. Initially, I was like, I like Burns' notes more because they tell me how much HP and what the drop percent chances are on every enemy. That's really cool. And then after doing like 2 runs, I realized that is way too much information to follow. Oh my god.
Yeah, for how long this game is? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is my opinion of Pokemon Sword and Shield? I think they are fantastic games. I play competitive VGC. I only started in Gen 8, so I'm a little biased. But I think the Dynamax mechanic is super awesome. I know a lot of people prefer Megas. I like Dynamax because it's literally usable with any Pokemon. And I like that. I like that any Pokemon can get that power. So, like, realistically, there's a lot of Pokemon you're not going to use it on, but it's cool that you still have the option. I like Sword and Shield a lot. I also, from a playthrough perspective, I love that finally, after God knows how many years, we have a rival that changes his team, which is so nice. It's just, like, really cool. You never really know what Hop's going to bring out, even though it's really annoying how much you have to fight him in the early game and how, like, handholdy he is at the start. For a seasoned player. I love that he changes his team up. You fight him for like the 5th time, he's got a Trevenant suddenly. It's like, oh my god, I didn't expect you to have this. How do I deal with that? That wasn't on your team. I think there's a lot of stuff about Sword and Shield that I think is really, really, really cool. It's my favorite gen for a long time, since Gen 5. I thought Gen 6 was kind of garbo. I really liked Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, though. So it's Gen 6, technically, but, you know, it doesn't really count as the Gen 6 game. I didn't like I didn't like Sun and Moon very much, personally, so I really like Sword and Shield. I think they're really cool. Would I do the Vise and Ica handshake with the Arcadia Legend? Absolutely. We'll get Beamow in as Fina and do the really awkward one.
Oh, that's perfect.
I don't like that question, Evangeline Sky. I don't like when people ask how low can the time go, because there's no answer, otherwise we would have the strats for it. What is my, who's my favorite Skies of Arcadia party member? I like Vise! I'm basic. I like Vise. I mean, I like most of them. I like all of them, really. Each of them has their own little charm.
They're all really good.
Did I play Skies? I've never played Skies on Dreamcast, no. That was a question from Ryan Rip. Grandia is another great game that I have never played, but I hear great things about it, and I should probably play. Although I think somebody told me that it didn't age well if you haven't played the game. There's a lot of games like that where people are like, oh, this game aged so well, and it's like, no, if you have no nostalgia towards it. Like, people are always like, oh, the best Star Wars game ever released is Knights of the Old Republic, and it's amazing that, and, like, you should play it. No, if you've never played Knights of the Old Republic, don't play it. It aged very poorly in my... That's gonna be my hot take of the hour. If you don't have any nostalgia towards Knights of the Old Republic, I feel like that aged very poorly. I played it for the first time in, like, 2015, and I was like, wow, this is not very fun.
That was easy.
Gilder or King Kong or Godzilla, asks Quackmaster. I don't care about either of them. Let's say Donkey Kong. That's gonna be my answer. Donkey Kong. Hell yeah. Feel free to answer some of these yourself, Beam-Out, if you want.
Oh yeah, no, you're rapid fire and through 'em. So I have to.
I see something about pineapple on pizza. I assume somebody asked about pineapple on pizza. Oh,
Pineapple
hold on.
pizzas.
Hold on. You got a good question from Mexican Computer. What is your favorite Pokemon you have ever put on a VGC team that others would consider a meme but was actually conducive to your success? The Fashionable Goon. Obstagoon. No one uses it. No one. And it's like not a great Pokemon now, but in Series 5, no one used it. Ever. Like, at all. Choice Scarf Obstagoon won me so many games. It was my answer to so many of the meta teams. That thing bops. Obstagoon is great. Pineapple on pizza. So my opinion on pineapple on pizza, I'm like the centrist of pineapple on pizza. I think pineapple on pizza with fresh pineapples is like a nice switch up, but I would never eat like 10 pizzas of pineapple on pizza in a row. It's a nice switch up when you're bored of like your preferred pizza flavor.
Once in a blue moon.
Although, actually, this might sound disgusting to a lot of people who haven't tried it, but my sister and I used to make our own pizza, and we used to make, we'd make half of it tuna and pineapple. That was really good. The silence makes me think you're judging me, but it was really good, my guy.
Me? I'm not judging.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Look, I grew up in a Hispanic household, so I've eaten all kinds of random things in my day, so.
Fair enough.
And lots of salt. Lots of salty foods.
Oh, that's why you became an FGC player.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
enjoy tasting the salt.
To be fair, a lot of the fighting games I used to play were, they were good times. They were a lot of good times. Specifically, Blaze Blue was the one that I really clocked in a lot of time in. Went to EVO one year, which was a ton of fun.
That sounds great.
It was in Vegas. Like, I couldn't complain.
Oh man, never been to Vegas.
It's alright.
It's on my to-do list. I know it's like not gonna be as good as everyone says it is, but it's on my to-do list nonetheless.
It looks terrible during the day,
Oh, I'm sure.
but at nighttime, it's cool. Be prepared to see a lot of very, a lot of I'm not gonna say very adult things. I'll say that. There's a lot of that.
Yes.
Who do I main in Blaze Blue? In each game I played, I kind of switched until Chrono Phantasma, but in Continuum Shift I played Lambda 11. In Chrono Phantasma I played Amane and I played Kokonoe. I will not lie, I was one of those 1.0 Kokonoe scrubs that was 100% playing the broken character, even though I said that I was going to play them when they got confirmed. It just kind of conveniently happened that she was broken, horribly broken, and it was amazing, and made very many people mad. It's great.
It's the best part about gaming, making people mad. It's great.
She would hit you from half screen, counter
As you
hit
do.
for no reason, and then you would do full screen to corner carry combo off of literally nothing, and then immediately after that, go into black hole setup, watch, rinse, repeat, you're dead.
Female, I have a question for you.
Fire away.
I asked Mod this earlier. You haven't seen a recent Hundo run. Have you seen a Hundo run since we started grinding here?
I have not, no.
Okay, so we had about 300,000 gold going into the first shopping for steroids,
Oh.
cycle seats. How much gold do you think we're gonna go back with after our grind session?
Probably close to 500k.
Oh, that's cute. That's what Mod said. Depends on how many purple loopers we get, really, but anywhere between 2 and 3 million.
It wasn't even close.
Well, I
to
was
answer
at 300k, so yeah, I was even farther away.
Oof. I am not a fan of BlazBlue Cross Tag. I have tried it multiple occasions, never could get into it. I love the roster, though. I think the roster's really cool. I love Ragna, though. And it was a shame what happened to Kokonoe. And then, honestly, once Central Fiction came out, I kind of dropped BlazBlue altogether. I went back to Guilty Gear and a couple other games as well. And now I'm currently on the side playing Grand Blue and a little bit of Dragon Ball Fighters as well.
We did it!
Is that how it's pronounced? Dragon Ball Fighters?
Mm-hmm.
Is it not Dragon Ball Fighter Z?
You could say Fighter Z or Fighters. I just say Fighters because I'm lazy.
Fair enough. You're a speedrunner. You can't lose time to that extra syllable.
True. You gotta shave off as much time as you can.
Yeah, man.
If any of the characters could play like they used to, I think that game would be entirely different, especially the Undernight characters. Like, they would be way too strong in general. I am actually not ready for Strive. I'm actually kind of disappointed of the roster because my main, yet again, hasn't been implemented into the game, which is Dizzy. I had to wait for DLC, and I'm gonna be upset because they're probably gonna make it really weird, even though I'll still play her. But yeah, it's gonna be good. I really like Grand Blue. If you like Street Fighter, it's basically a better Street Fighter, in my opinion. It does have a little bit more DLC, but I really like the game.
So, you know what a great way to keep me awake is? A great way
What's
to
that?
keep us entertained? Donations! So, Mod, why don't you tell
Yes.
people what our donation incentives are?
Oh, of course I will. So, we currently have for this run 2 still open donation incentives. One will be using the blue robes at against any boss after it's met. We are still sitting at $380 of a goal of $750. We also have Final Cupel eating Ramirez, the final boss, which sits at $485 out of $750. So if you want to see those, the special animation for Blue Rogues, which is kind of long, really funny, and unique, as the description says, or if you want to see Fina's little pet weapon eat Ramirez, then please donate.
Loki, I just realized I should probably feed her some Paranta seeds, which is so
Yeah.
dumb, but I should probably do it if I get a lot of money. You know,
Hey, you'll
steroids,
have
let's
have
go.
enough.
Maybe not. We want to give about 300 to Fies and Enrique.
Oh, yeah, good point.
We need Cutlass Fury and Royal Blade to both be doing max damage.
That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be real fun.
It really depends on just how much money we get out of here. 'Cause it could be anywhere in that range.
I am glad they're bringing Anji back. I just saw that come through. So
Well, that's
that is
fine.
good.
We have plenty of time here, BMO.
True. I was telling a couple friends of mine that I'm actually really looking forward to when things settle down and we can actually go do stuff. I'm looking forward to going and actually participating in tournaments again. Give me something new to do, and hopefully go to other events. I'd like to go to ESA at one point in time. Like,
ESA's amazing. I went to ESA Summer 2019. Stayed with my Pokemon friends. Big shout outs to Wartab and Retro and Araya and Frank McFancy. It was a wonderful time. Great.
that sounds good. Yeah, I lucked out. I got to go to AGDQ 2020. It was the last thing I went to, and then it was just work all year.
Yeah, because you missed so many events this year.
I know. I'm just glad I got to at least go do that, you know? Like, this one thing, and then the rest of the year's like, nah, have fun.
We're going to be here for a while, guys. If you guys
Yeah.
are just tuning in, we are at the bad part of the run.
Yeah.
It is all contained to one portion, which is good, but it is a long portion because it's all contained to the one portion.
Yeah. I'm glad though. At least it's a lot more tolerable than what it was
Oh yeah.
when I first did this. First one was not fun.
I
It
mean,
was fun.
even then, at least it was still one portion, right? Instead of like an hour of grinding here and an hour of grinding here and an hour of grinding here.
Yeah.
I prefer it all at once. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah. Though this has given me it definitely given me the drive to want to start doing runs again, because I've been meaning to. I say it all the time. I really
That's
do.
the BMAU catchphrase.
That is. I've been meaning to, and I just never do. And
The
now-
word
now-
soon means less for BMAU than it does for Blizzard Entertainment.
Ouch.
That was easy.
Booyah Boy asks, 20 hours, why do this to yourself? To entertain you and everyone else. Hope you guys are having a good time. I assume you are, otherwise why are you here?
It is actually a really fun run, despite the length. At least the grind. The grind of it's really all that really kind of gets to it. I am actually really, though it's been snowing, so I've been kind of slacking on that one. I am actually pretty physically active. I actually walk a lot, anywhere from like 5 to 10 miles a day.
Dang, a lot.
Yeah, I have. It's one of the habits that I've had for quite a while. Actually helped in you know, I like quit vaping and all that stuff. So it was definitely something that really helped.
Very nice.
Just being very physically active through that.
I'm gonna take a moment. I've only done this once all stream. I'm gonna take a moment to plug myself like a shill, like a self-important shill. If you guys like competitive Pokemon or any Pokemon content or Guys of Arcadia speedruns, I do a lot of that stuff. I'm just taking a little bit of time off, guys, in order to not burn out because I was planning to usually, you know, you get a bunch of follows after ESA. I was planning on doing some skies after ESA. Current goal is to push the world record of any percent down to 1044. That's the plan. And I can already say with like, I'm not going to be happy. Like, we might record with this run. I'm not going to be happy with the end result. Like, I'm not going to be happy enough to drop it entirely. So I'm probably going to set like a sub goal to do another hundo on my own stream because if we record, it'll be like a 1950 or something, and 1930 is very doable. So that's another thing to keep an eye on if you guys are interested. So yeah. Also follow BMAU because one day he'll do a run. So he says.
It's on my list. I will say I have been pretty guilty in terms of not doing it. Though I have some time. I think after ESA because I want to catch a bunch of the runs. I should have time by then.
I should switch to yellow. What? It is weird to me how, like, this is a large area, but, like, where is the giant looper? I've, like, seen it once.
It's a good question.
Where is he?
Just floating around somewhere.
Ah. Keep an eye out for me, BMAU.
Are you gonna fight him?
No. I'll probably fight him around 1,500 kills.
Okay, that'd be a good time to just be like, all right, time to actually do that. Donate to have Pengyy. Just that could be really good or really bad.
I mean, we don't need to unlock. We've already unlocked everything in green.
Oh yeah.
So, like, nothing else really matters from here.
Oh, we need to be careful with the looper glitch too, don't we?
Yeah, it's not looper specific. I mean, that should be fine as long as you take an extra fight after fighting it. Like, looper shouldn't be a problem anymore. It's really just Rock and Alania that we need to look out for, and Abispo.
An utter victory.
Why are they called loopers? Because that's what the game devs named them. So I think it's because I've been flying around the edges. There he is. Yeah. So he's in the middle. I've just been flying around the edges.
Yes.
All of the ship bosses are mandatory for 100%, yes.
An utter victory.
God, this is a lot faster. Like, the encounter
Yeah.
is way better. Holy moly.
It's not so much the encounter rate, it's the number of enemies you get. Because in South Ocean, you can get so many 2-enemy encounters. Like 2 and 4 enemies.
I would really like an HD port of this as well, to be perfectly honest.
Yes. Would be very nice. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see.
This is quite the way to open for
Oh, yeah.
for a marathon.
Oh, yeah. How many
I know
black
that-
maps do you think we'll have at the end of this?
At least 20.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking like 70. Probably not 70. Like those are like 50-ish maybe.
That sounds about reasonable, because you're fighting just loopers, so it's going to be very easy to get them. I had to rub my eyes, I'll admit.
An utter victory.
Slowly
Oh, I
but
didn't
surely
even-
getting there.
I actually I didn't mention it too. I'm sorry. I forgot to, I think I didn't tell him.
What?
A friend of mine just jumped in the chat. Yeah. If this game can't add an HD port of some kind, I would happily play through it again, like easily. I'd definitely get back into speedrunning just as long as. But I didn't mean, does this skip
That was
cutscenes?
easy.
That would
Would be
shave
nice.
so
Would
much
be nice.
time.
Yeah, I know Cosmic.
I
my
know.
man.
Yeah, I know.
Cosmic. I gotta stretch my legs out a little bit.
Yeah.
I have so much space under my desk now. It's great.
Yeah, I had to when I moved back here. I got a newer desk. I did the same thing. Got something where I can stretch my legs out. It's great.
We got a long line on our left again. I did tell you guys, you probably see that discovery about 20 times while you're going around here.
Cosmic, you know. I've known Cosmic for like 10 years. He's actually one of the guys I went to fighting game stuff with
That was easy.
for a very long time. So.
Wow, a black map. Amazing.
Oh no.
They're actually not bad drops because they sell for like 777 apiece.
Yeah, they're really good.
So we'll probably get like another 50k off of black maps.
Yo. Wow, a lot of people coming in. That said, I hope you all are doing very well this fine. I know it's not evening for everyone else. Actually, it's night.
Oh, it's
Crack of
evening
dawn,
for the
basically.
West Coast.
Yeah.
It's getting to be evening for Hawaii, and I guess it's still afternoon in Hawaii. I don't really know. I don't really know exactly what the Hawaii time zone is, but you know, it's soon.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah, I gotta. No, this is not farming for moonberries. This is actually farming for the requirement of 2,500 enemy kills, of which we are at, well, like 600?
717.
717. So we have quite a ways to go.
Do I have any pets? If not, would I? I do not have any pets, but I do enjoy a good cat. I'm like too open to moving around right now, so it wouldn't be responsible for me to get a pet.
Yeah.
Oh, I accidentally just switched Enrique to silver. Fortunate.
I gotta. I would like to have a pet of some kind. I don't have one currently.
Utter victory.
But if I did, probably get a cat.
Wow, the Ica guy wants a cat. What a surprise.
Hey. Oh no. Wait, actually no, this is fine. I haven't had my daily dose of puns lately.
Oh my god, what's this menuing? Why is this speedrunner so bad?
Says the one with the world record.
No guards on that round of 7. That's really nice. So, like, loopers don't guard very often, so, like, we're normally fine. But the only thing we don't kill is purple loopers that guard. You can see here, a 6 looper, 6 or a 7 purple looper fight gets us 9.2k gold.
And a ton of EXP. Oh my lord.
Yeah, we'll probably be around level 70 when we leave here.
I recently I have I guess succumbed to the ways of the pun. It is quite good, and I have been firing them off with the people I play Final Fantasy with and all that. Specifically, normally ends up because someone sets something up in a really easy way, and it's always good. I think his 100% run is still the same.
Yep. Flying in circles. I have a counter that I manually count every enemy we kill. We're grinding to 2300 right now, which will probably be closer to 2350 because I'll probably have forgotten a few of them. And then we'll be done, so...
Yeah.
Then we'll be done, he says, as if we're almost there.
That was easy.
Only a few more hours to go. No
Yeah.
big deal.
You know how it be.
Yeah, this is the fun part. This is where everything. Oh.
But hey, let me remind you all why we're here. Yes, because of speedruns, of course, but we are also collecting funds for Alzheimerfonden, which is the Swedish national fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. Thanks to gifts and wills from private individuals and companies, Alzheimerfonden was able to distribute almost 30 million Swedish krona last year. That's about $3 million. Even still, the money is not enough to be able to support all important projects that lie ahead. The Alzheimer Fund could only grant about 19% of all the funds that were applied for. So they really still need a lot more money to to help all the research that goes on towards Alzheimer's cure. So we really appreciate every single dollar that you can spare. So please consider donating if you want to help us with this great cause.
Absolutely.
There's also some fun donation incentives and bid wars ahead. My personal favorite is there are bid wars up for the nicknames of the Pokemon in the Pokemon X speedrun, and we have started off. Somebody donated earlier to get Vise, Ica, and Fina onto those 3 nicknames as onto those 3 bid wars as options. So go donate towards those. Let's get we don't want to give Vise, Ica, and Fina too much of a break. Let's bring them back for Pokemon X.
That would be really good.
The whole crew back together.
Yeah, and fun fact, there's even more of a get-together because I will be hosting for Pokemon X.
Oh wow,
Nice.
awesome.
So yeah, I would really love that trio to be on there. So to give you more details, we currently have Vice as the trainer name, Fina as the name for the Lucario, and Ica as the name for Holucha. So if you want them to win, they're currently sitting at $10 each, and there are no other suggestions yet. But you know, the further the lead, the better, because then
Exactly.
it's harder to snipe.
Exactly, and of course, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more money towards those as the Pokemon block starts. So
Oh,
we need to build up that lead.
Yeah. It's need to get that early. Actually, I think And the topic of kills, real quick, I see that's going on. There really is no real good way to have a normal or organic kill count, because I think even if you get to the end of the game just playing it, you have like 900.
Unless you have a lot of trouble with discoveries. I think you
Yeah.
could like feasibly get up to like 1500 if you're not looking at like guides for discoveries, but like, yeah, it's excessive.
Yeah, the enemy kill require is kind of crazy.
Yep.
That was easy.
The unlocks are absolutely not worth it. The weapons we have right now are... The sword that Vice has right now is 10 power worse than the sword we get, which is pretty negligible since he's going to be at 999 power at the end of the game.
The only difference being is it looks cooler.
I don't know, dude. A tuna is pretty cool.
I always forget how much. It's honestly kind of amazing to see your characters just like beefing up as fast as they are now. And watching this, I haven't done 100% run in quite a while.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why indeed. It's only been when did I do that? It was 2 years ago at this point.
Something like that, yeah.
I actually see when that was. Let's see, 100%. It just says 1 year. Oh, wow, that's pushing 2 years.
It would have been like, what, March?
February,
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Yeah, you guys are definitely gonna like it's crazy how much now. Oh my god. You could tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish.
Unless you play bass.
That was fun.
That was good. I appreciated that. So, for context, World Record does not actually have a split for when they finish the grind, but they do the boss after the grind, which is about 10 minutes afterwards at 16:19.
We got some way to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Plenty of time for those donations to pour on in, huh?
Oh, definitely.
Favorite legendary in VGC 2021 so far. So, to explain, VGC 2021 has started with what we call a restricted format, where one restricted legendary is allowed. Most of the standard legendaries are fine, like the legendary birds, like Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, like those are fine. They have a base stat total of 600 or 580, depending on the legendary. Restricted legendaries are the box ones, like the big legendaries, like Mewtwo or like Kyogre, Lugia, Ho-Oh. Those usually have a base stat total of around 670 to 720. You're allowed one of those on your team now. So I've been using Ice Calyrex, personally. I've been using a lot of Ice Calyrex. I got up to rank 17 on the ladder with Ice Calyrex. Very, very good in my IMO. I think it is a little underrated still, but super, super strong. Ice Calyrex is very good. That question from Booyah Boy.
Yeah, I haven't done any competitive for that game. I've tried, just like can't.
It's a lot to get into. There's a lot,
Yeah.
especially if you haven't played Pokemon in a few gens. Like, there's so many mechanics that are just like in the game now that you have to keep in mind.
Don't get me wrong, I really, really enjoyed Sword and Shield playing through it. It's probably one of my favorite experiences in a while, in terms of just like regular console games. But I just haven't been able to. I couldn't build a team or anything. The last time I built a team was for, I think, like Smogon in like X and Y and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. And the only reason why is because I was like, all right, I can gen a team real quick. All right, let's try this. I like my team. I'm going to take it online and see where it takes me. And I didn't get very far. I didn't get very far.
We did it!
Takes
I'm
a bit of
better-
a grind for sure.
I'm better at fighting games than I am the Pokemon series.
What about Pokken Tournament, my dude?
I actually really enjoy that game. However, I have a tiny problem. I am really bad at 3D fighters. There's something about them I just cannot do.
Huh, fair enough.
I don't know what it is. I've tried getting into Tekken. I'll play around with Soul Calibur. I'll start playing, having a good time, and then I'll just get obliterated. Just like, all right, well, so much for that. Guess I'll play something else.
That was fun!
The 2D fighters I can do any day of the week.
Oh, almost flew into the big boy.
I should clarify, I don't do Street Fighter. I do a lot of the anime fighters because I hate the pacing of Street Fighter.
Because you're a weeb.
That too. Though not as bad as my brother. My brother's worse than I am. He's like, I am what? They're like, aha. Oh no. Yeah. When Grand Blue came out, I don't think I've ever been so cracked out on a game. I was just playing it every day.
I read, whenever you come into my chat and I see you talking about Grand Blue with somebody, usually Evangelina Sky, I always read it as Grand Bull. The dumb Pokemon. The
I can see that.
stupidest Pokemon. It's not the stupidest Pokemon, but it is a bottom tier Pokemon.
Street Fighter isn't bad. I should clarify that. Okay, if you want a really easy way to especially when someone's getting up, it's a patented technique. When you get the knockdown, when they're on their back, and they get up ready to do a Dragon Punch on Wake Up every single time, what you do is you stand above them, and right before they get up, throw out 2 lights, just 2 jabs, real quick. That'll make it look like you're mashing something, and you can block right before they get up. If it's someone online, 9 times out of 10, you're going to catch them with that. You're going to block that Dragon Punch, and then you get a free punish every single time. Works in Grand Blue, works in Street Fighter. It is great.
You know what's also great?
What's that?
Donations?
Donations, right?
Excellent.
Yeah.
We have a $20 donation by Headmelter saying, did someone say donations? And those $20 go towards naming the trainer in Pokemon X Vice. Thank you very much for that. And we also
Nice.
have a $50 anonymous donation without a comment.
Ooh.
But that one goes towards final Pupil eating Ramirez.
All right.
So
Nice.
for that, we are now at $535 out of the 750. So we are getting close. We are getting really close, and we still got like 7 hours left. So
An utter victory.
we can do that, right, Chad?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You guys are killing it. Killing it.
It is cheeky enough to work. I do it to a friend of mine all the time. When we were playing Grand Blue, he'll do. I'll get the knockdown. He'll immediately do a super, and he'll see the 2 jabs coming out, and he'll see it like, oh, you're mashing buttons. Okay, that's fine. And then I block it, free punish into death, every time. It's really effective. And these are people that have been playing fighting games for a long time, arcade days and all that. But they're on to me now. Now they know that they do that. They'll block it every time. They'll just get up and grab. He does get to take breaks. There are, he'll have a ship battle here soon that he'll be able to take a little break, grab some food.
I actually have my wrap here, just in case.
Ah, nice.
Probably open that.
Probably.
Although with one hand, it's kind of hard. Continue moving forward. Okay, we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work with one hand. Like holding it with my wrist. Okay, we're making progress. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're getting almost. We're about halfway there.
This was definitely the longest run that I've ever done.
An utter victory.
It definitely, at the time, when I did it, it was 28 hours. Now everyone's gotten down 28 hours. It's gotten down so low that it's, it's a significantly better, a more approachable run. But it does take a little bit of prep work to kind of just being like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and hope for the best.
We have successfully opened my wrap. Progress.
There you go.
Oh, that smells good.
I have granola bars, so I'm set for the nice. Oh no, I'm
But you
fine.
had actual dinner.
Yeah, I had a burger a couple hours ago, so
Ow.
it's a burger and fries. I actually have been practicing something else on the side that I'm gonna try to do a run soon. It's a lot shorter, significantly shorter.
So Chorkill, or Chorklet asks, I haven't played this game in a while. Is Aika or Fina the better magic user? I hate to break it to you, my friend. Magic in this game is really, really, really garbage. We basically don't use very much magic. In Hundo, we use it a little bit more. Magic is big garbage. Big, big, big garbage. So, that's the unfortunate answer to that question. I'm going to go ahead and unlock all of the super moves on everybody, if I can. Okay, I don't think I can do that quite yet, but I unlocked the Omega Cyclone on Aika now because I have enough SP to launch Omega Cyclones against the purple loopers, just in case they guard. It is one extra input, so I won't be doing it against other enemies, but if there is a purple looper, it is worth it.
It is a DMC5 Virgil. If I can get it underneath what's it called? My goal is sub 130 in that, and I'm like a 137 right now, and I could totally do it, but I gotta clean stuff up.
The other thing about magic regarding like clerics and stuff is that like healing always does the same amount per spell. Like it's based on the spell. Like Sakri will always heal 500. Sakras will always heal 1,000.
Yeah.
Sakralen will always heal you to full. Sakram will always heal 1,000 on everybody. Like it, just the same for everyone. Literally everybody is equally good as a cleric.
Yeah, you'll almost never really use it now, because magic just gets overridden so easily with the actual skills and all that. So, plus you can skip the animations, so that's always nice. Can't do that with magic. Oh, is it? I will have to do that
An utter
tomorrow when I get up at some point in time. Absolutely, it's totally worth playing through it. Even on a casual sense, this game is a ton of fun. Actually, watching a friend of mine, I mentioned it earlier, he's doing like a D&D campaign with this, and he's been really, like it's an alternate kind of, it still follows the same like principle, so to say, but it's like an alternate reality of it, where like his characters, like I think I will mention he's working for like Lord Bane and all that, but he also, like his character was like Nose de Loco and all that. It's really cool to see like what they have going on, and I'm very happy. He's never played the game, and it drives me nuts because I know he has no idea what's going on, and I'm like, oh my god, there's so many things. Like I can tell you so much about it, but I can't.
That is such a cool campaign idea.
It really is.
The world is very conducive to it.
Yeah, I think his character was from Nasser, so his character ended up like in Valua, so now he has like something going on where like he has like robotic parts because of an injury he sustained and all this other stuff, and he was explaining all of that to me. And then like the other team that he has, like one of them's from Fatoma, and it's like there's so much you could do with that. It's like, I want more. They normally stream on Wednesdays, which is kind of cool, but I have to. It's a little hard some days. He is grinding. Right now we are in the grind segment of the run, which is just a little long. It's only 2,500 enemy kills, and we're at, what, like 800 now?
We are at 871.
Okay. Wow, that's actually not going too bad.
Yeah, it's approximately, on average, it's approximately 70 kills per 10 minutes, I think.
What damage do you roll? If it were me, I think with how strong that sword is, it would have to be like, you would have to roll 2 d20s and hopefully land a 20 every time. And then you'd probably have to roll like 5 d10.
Yeah, the fish sword is, in this game, is almost as strong as the ultimate weapon. The downside for the fish sword is that it has an extremely low hit chance. But we don't use auto attacks anymore, like, for many hours already.
I will actually find that out for you. I think I forget the name of what they're using. If he's watching, I can find out right now.
You guys up for some pirate jokes?
Okay,
Absolutely.
sure, go on.
Because Arcadia Legend donates $25 and saying, "Hey Pengyy, how do you make a pirate furious? You
How?
take away the P. Because then he's irate.
I know.
You know?
I know.
And how much did the pirate pay for his peg and hook?
How much?
An arm and a leg. This donation goes towards the Blue Rogues incentive because we all need more memes. Thank you very much, Arcadia Legend.
Okay, then. Thank you, Arcadia Legends. We appreciate you.
Yes. That was good. Oh no.
Hey.
Oh, that's good. Okay, they're using the Fate and I guess engine, I'll call it that. Campaign style. It's a little different. It's pretty neat though.
I almost choked on my food there. Giant looper popped out of nowhere.
Aw, thank you.
We did it!
Wow, hey, Beam Out, we got a black map.
Oh, now we have a run. Now we have actually a run. How many are you at?
No idea.
I guess we'll find out a little later.
Yep. Anyone loses time.
I've never run it. I've never run Fate either. Actually, it was the first time I've heard of it, and watching it was really cool. I was actually really enjoying what they were doing with that. It's really cool. God, I really got to get back into doing stuff. 'Cause this is making me want to actually grab the Wii out of the box I had. I haven't packed I packed a bunch of stuff up recently because I didn't have my capture card for so long.
Gotta do it, man.
Yeah. I just gotta sit down and do it. I'm actually just thinking about doing
Fun!
another game as well. Besides Devil May Cry.
Which game?
Well, I was thinking of the Trials of Mana remake. I was really, really enjoying that game. I think I clocked in like 70 hours, like playing through that game like multiple times. Though I will probably have to play the game entirely in Japanese because the while the English voice acting is great for memes, there is one character in particular that makes a screeching E sound when they jump. And it's
That sounds unfun.
There was a video I saw where someone by like one point in time heard that sound somewhere in the range of about 800 times by like a few hours in. It's like, oh my god, like, please. I've tried a little Pathfinder and I've done a lot of 5e. I like 5e a lot, and I like how simple it is. Speaking of which, what are we at? You said at 871 not too long ago? I'm assuming like we're over 900 now.
Yeah, 918.
In utter
That's not bad. Yeah, the 1 a.m. grind section. Oh, except for us, it's 11, so 11 p.m.
Yeah, not too bad. 1 a.m. is an interesting time zone. What's that, like Newfoundland?
I have no idea.
Eastern Canada.
I do need to check out Pathfinder too. I actually need to do more stuff with Pathfinder. A couple friends of mine want to do some campaigns soon. Get a small group together and do some stuff with that.
that was easy.
Huh, that was easy. Guess Vice was. Wow, the Moonberry Black Map doubleheader. Amazing gaming. We're actually surprisingly low on Moonberries, given how many we got in like the first half of the run. Although I guess we already unlocked Lunar Cleansing on Fina, so that makes sense.
Yeah, we had to do that one earlier. Yeah, I think when I went into that earlier, like when I went into that fight, I did that at the end. So I think that was probably why like I didn't see like half of that.
Yep.
It was just like, okay, cool, pop the item. All right, everyone's dead. Like no one even took any damage because they're like level 70 or something like that by the end of it.
Yep. Oh well. Oh well.
Yeah. I was running I was playing with a group of people that were running a 14 campaign as well, and that was a ton of fun. I miss my Red Mage. That character was probably my second favorite character I had ever played, next to my Sorcerer, my very, very sassy Sorcerer.
So to answer your question, Kid Cakes, what is the Moonberry count for the kill count grind? We can figure that out on average really easily. Moonberries have a 1% chance of dropping off of each enemy. So we come in here with about like 500 kills. We're not going to actually kill, like, we kill like 1,800 people, right? So on average, we should get 18 Moonberries from this grinding session.
Except in this case, you have everything already. All the moves for everyone, so...
No, I still need Enrique's. Although I guess I don't really need Enrique's. We never use Judgment.
Yeah, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
I don't actually need that menu. Point.
Yeah, the campaign that we had was very different. It started off like in Gridania, South Gridania, specifically South Shroud, in that bar, and then it just spiraled out of control. Lots of shenanigans. Me being the most charismatic person that was never around for any decision-making concept because I was too busy being an alchemist.
That was easy.
I've been being really greedy this whole time. Whenever I'm not getting 7 purple enemies, I've been clicking Lambda Burst, and I haven't been getting punished at all. And then one time I picked Omega Cyclone, one of them guarded. Omega Brain right here. I can read the game like a book.
You can see into the code. It's like the Matrix.
Happy 13 hours, everybody.
We did it!
Happy 13 hours. That startled me. I like looked away for a second and like I had something pop up and I was like, oh. That is actually pretty much the normal plot for 14, yeah. If you haven't played it.
Gonna be some war crimes happening in the story later on.
Yeah.
Nothing like a good old-fashioned Valuan genocide.
Yeah, they'll be all right. It's just they'll shake it off.
I'm getting so many fortune rings.
Do those sell for a decent bit?
I don't actually know, but I'd imagine so. They drop off the purple. The one thing that keeps me awake and alert when I'm in the overworld is the occasional time that giant looper just pops into my face. Like, oh god, not yet. Go away.
It's like I didn't do the grinding here, so I don't remember that. But now I could be like, oh,
I don't know if anyone has done that yet.
just run into it.
No,
It's
no,
a-
like the notes say to go do it immediately, and I just recently added in like we could like actually use this as a break whenever we want. People are like, oh yeah, I guess we could, couldn't we?
God, so much money.
Oh yeah. Gonna be rich. We're basically the Elon Musks of Arcadia. It's great.
That was easy.
That's what you'd like to see, just a group of regular loopers.
Honestly, it literally doesn't matter what color they are at this point. They just go and get blasted. Anyways, I started blasting.
Did we get any donations or anything in the time frame?
I would have mentioned that if that were the case. So apparently, unfortunately not. But I mean,
This is the time where everyone is taking their break.
yeah,
Understandably.
maybe.
But donations are a great way to keep me going. And
Oh
support a
yeah.
fantastic
I mean,
cause.
you know, you could write some funny or maybe not funny jokes in
Yeah.
your donations, and I will read them, and
And I'll
you
stare
can all see
judgmentally into the
Pengyy,
camera.
react to that.
Staring judgmentally into the camera, into your soul.
That's how you know. That's how you know it's serious when when you just look directly at the camera, like, why? Why did you do that? You know what you did.
So I do have to think of something myself, huh? Because my jokes are bad.
I don't have any at the moment. I'm actually all tapped out with those.
I'm not mad. Just
Just stares. It's like I could feel it. Just like no. Meanwhile, I'm just like, yes, please.
that's good, Icarus. I had a construction joke, but I'm still working on it. Wow, what dex?
I could go for pizza.
I want some rotisserie chicken. That's what I want.
That also sounds really good.
I have a great rotisserie chicken place right by my house. It's so good.
That was fun.
Thornberry, wow.
There's a couple places near here that are not too bad, but above all else, I really could go for some ramen. I haven't had ramen in a while.
Have you been to Terakawa Ramen in
I
downtown
have
Philly?
not.
Go to Terakawa Ramen. Oh my god. I mean, don't go there now. Like, you know, takeout. They do takeout.
Yeah.
Terakawa Ramen is the best ramen I've ever had outside of Asia. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so cheap. I'm shilling for a local ramen place now. That's what we've come to. But oh my god, is it good. I will
have to
die on
try
the
that.
hill that Terakawa Ramen is the greatest ramen place in North America.
That was easy.
Yes, we do. Because I know for a fact that the place by us is actually open, up in you know what place I'm talking about. I can't remember the name off the top of my head for some reason. Yeah, we have a ramen place. Probably about 10 minutes away from me, give or take.
That's pretty hog.
Yeah, it's actually right by a major university in the state that I'm in, so it is good. Unfortunately, haven't been able to. Yeah, they are open. I actually went there a couple of weeks ago when I had to get blood work done. So I went right after I was starving. I was like, I'm gonna eat. And it's gonna
You
be
got your blood
delicious.
work done at a pho place?
Yes.
Yeah, I also have a ramen place like on the route to my workplace,
Nice.
to the office. Yeah, the thing is, I've been working from home for almost a year because of the current situation. So
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't been there in over a year, and I would
that's
really
bad.
love to go, but not in current times because I don't think they do takeaway. So yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah, soon, TM.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Soon, but the BMAO definition of soon.
Honestly, yeah, it's a very appropriate use for that there. Yeah, I only did it one day. I needed to sit down to eat. I was feeling a little lightheaded after blood work, so I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat now. I'm starving. I need this. And then I went home and took a nap, and it was great.
Naps are wonderful. All right, I'm actually gonna take off my headset for a bit. I'm gonna leave you guys in charge. I'm gonna stretch my legs and walk around while mashing. You guys will
Yeah, do it.
probably still see the bottom half of my body as I continue to do that, but I will not be able to hear you guys.
Hey, do your thing. You've been at it for a lot longer.
Yeah. Do stand up and walk around.
We did it.
There was a place near me for sushi that they still do takeout, which is really nice, but like I miss being able to sit down and just like be able to eat wherever. But gotta be responsible.
Yeah, there's this really nice, I think it's Chinese, I'm not sure, place that does fried noodles and sushi as well, and they deliver, and it's awesome.
Oh, it's always so good.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do raw fish. I don't eat fish normally, so.
I thought that was a back attack.
But yeah, chicken sushi or vegetarian sushi, it's so good. It's so good.
I couldn't do it for years, and now I can't get enough. Like I got like really hooked on like eel one year. Like we had a place, my friend Cosmic in here as well. But we would go like every week back during our fighting game days. We would go and we'd go to this restaurant. They had these fantastic noodle bowls. And they had great sushi, and then they changed ownership out of literally overnight. Changed the whole menu and everything, and it was the most
Yeah.
heartbreaking thing.
Yeah.
And the owners and everyone knew us, so they were just like, "Sorry, this is what we had to do," and they changed the whole, right? Yeah, they changed the whole menu. They were like, "You guys are not gonna like this." I was like, "Oh, that's not a good sign."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, that ramen place where that is, there were like 3 other food stores before in there. In the time that I worked at my current place of work, which is 8 years. So I really hope that they can stay and that they do have enough people coming there so they don't have to close, because really good. Also, I just saw we do have some donations.
Fire away.
The thing is, I kind of want to hear them because they are bad jokes.
Oh.
So I'm not sure if I should read them now or if I should wait a bit.
How bad are we talking? Like,
I'm cringing, and that's saying something.
perfect. Yeah, I would save it for him when he gets back.
I think I will. Yeah. I mean, it's not like there's much to commentate on in the game.
Yeah.
So,
this is definitely the most exciting part of the run by a long shot.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back and be like, "Oh God, why? Why did I put my headphones back on?"
Yeah, chat also says save them.
That is fantastic.
All right, we back.
Oh, welcome back.
Nice
Welcome
little
back,
leg
Pengyy.
stretch.
Hey, you know what I got? I got some jokes for you.
Oh no. Okay, go on.
Yes. So, Anonymous donates $10 and says, "What does a vegan pirate do in jail?"
What? Darv.
And Mini Retin donates $20
Ooh.
and asks, "Do you know how a French skeleton says hello?"
Ow.
Bonjour. Yeah.
I like that one. That one was good.
Those
So,
are
and
good.
Mini Retin puts those $20 to Final Pupil eating Ramirez. And the anonymous donation goes towards the Link the Fire ending of Dark Souls Remastered, which will be the game that starts the official marathon, so the one game after this run.
That was fun.
But yeah, thanks very much for all of your donations. They're highly appreciated.
Yeah, we're making some progress. How many are we at total? What's the total money count?
The total is currently at $2,660.
Sexy.
Yeah.
Can we get to 3K?
I think we can. We still have a lot of run.
Can we
left.
get to 3K before I hit 1,500 kills?
What are we at now?
What do you think?
At least 1,000?
1044.
1044. That's.
So with 70 kills in 10 minutes,
On average. On average.
on average.
If we get fights like this, it's gonna take a little longer.
Yeah, we're looking at around an hour.
Yep.
If I did my math correctly.
Yep.
So, yeah, can we get to 3K in an hour? You decide, chat.
It is weird to me how little we're seeing the giant looper. Like, I get that this area is large. This is a very large portion of the map. But I still feel like we would be... I thought we'd be seeing the big boy a little more.
That was fun.
What games? That's a good question.
basically adult games are the only ones not allowed on Twitch. Every now and then, like a game dev will put an embargo on a game like right after it's released, but that doesn't really happen anymore because most game devs have realized it's a very good symbiotic relationship for both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some games like Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal where there's a limited embargo on showing the game past a specific point in the story so that you don't spoil it for others. But other than that, not usually done.
I think that was like, what, for a year?
They
They had that?
Well, for the original Persona 5, it was like in stages. It was like, yeah, for the first, I think, 3 months, you couldn't go past that date in-game. And then there was a second one for a later date in-game for around a month or 2, I think. So, yeah, but other than that, not really done.
Yeah, I think the only other thing that I could say was I think games that had been like DMCA'd, like fan games of some kind.
Yeah.
Were the only other ones that I could think of.
Yeah, like I imagine things like Pokemon ROM hacks are a bit of a gray area.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Like they're technically Twitch legal, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what ESA's policy is on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but like those kind of strike me as things that kind of fall into a bit of a gray area.
I remember there was a couple games a while ago that were really big that I was like, oh my god, I love these. And they were like, nope, can't do that. It's like, okay. Hey, we'll keep them, but can't do much with them other than just play them on the side every once in a while. Yes, in particular, that was one of them. I really like that game, but things had to go the way it did, and nothing we could do about it. I am B-Mail. I'm the one that does the fighting
That
games.
was easy.
If that's what you're asking.
Oh, there he is. Big boy, hello! Just gonna do a little bit of a drive-by hello.
It seems like someone in chat has asked for a $5 hype train
Ooh.
because the Kratkin donates $5 and says, alright, y'all heard them, $5 hype train time. Or this is the donation asking for the $5 hype train. That could also be possible. So, yeah, let's get the train rolling.
I've enjoyed the $5 hype trains that we've had over the course of the run. Hello. Bye-bye. Don't want to get too close or it'll aggro me. Get close enough to say a little bit of a hi there, hello. Blow a kiss at our giant looper friend. Before we inevitably murder him in cold blood in about an hour.
For X-Men next to Benson. Oh god, hang
That
on.
was easy.
Huh? Wow, it's not even up there. Interesting. I don't remember that game, but I'll take a look. Maybe.
Fun.
I normally don't run speedrun fighting games. Oh, that's pretty sick, actually. That's really cool. I'll have to keep my eye out for that. Actually, I really gotta start. I got so many things I keep saying. Like I gotta practice this. I gotta practice fighting games. I got so many things I want to do.
So many things, so little time.
Well, I have a decent amount of time right now, but I keep finding myself getting caught up with like Destiny and Final Fantasy.
That was fun.
FF14, just like I'll be like, I'm not really playing it. 5 hours pass. I'm still playing it. I don't know what's going on. That and League is another one that I started playing again, which makes me not as upset as I thought it would, but it still makes me upset.
League of Legends. Good old League of Legends.
It's like I'm okay at the game, and I say that very loosely. Okay.
What does that mean? Like, what rank is okay?
I am unranked intentionally.
Okay, fair enough.
I used to play with people in like Diamond,
That was easy.
and then I did do ranked once. It was during a snowstorm. I may have been drinking a little bit that night. That's the only
As
reason
you
why I
do.
did.
As you do.
And it was snowing, nothing to do. I was like, I'm gonna do my ranked placements. Ended up in bronze 1, which was both a blessing and a curse because I won so many games after that. my MMR tanked, and it was wonderful. But it was also really bad because then like the rest of my team was just not very good. So I'd be like, all right, well, here we go.
I think a lot of these bad encounters in a row.
I don't really get mad. I don't really get mad at, well, I do, but not to like the point where like I get like rage. It's normally just like, oh, okay, really? Like this is what we're doing? Okay. And then that'll be like the worst that you'll hear. That or I'll call them geniuses for running into the whole 5 stack of just running down mid lane. It's normally how it goes.
Our hype train has another passenger. A
Ooh.
$5 anonymous donation saying $5 hype train coming through. Also, gyros are Greek tacos.
Oh, gyros are great. I love gyros.
I have never had one.
I will say, and Mod, I'm sure, will agree with me. Even he's not really super familiar with gyros, but I do like a good gyro. But a good kebab trumps a good gyro for me.
I love kebabs.
So I'm a Starcraft person as well. I do a lot less Starcraft stuff on my personal stream now, basically none, but I'm still a Starcraft commentator, and I do some work in and around Starcraft. There is a tournament called Home Story Cup, which is in Krefeld in Germany, or, you know, not right now, but generally speaking. And my God, if you've never been to Krefeld in Germany, I swear to God, that city is like owned by a kebab kingpin or something. There's like 20 million kebab shops. Like you walk down the Bahnhofstrasse on in Krefeld, and it's just like 12 kebab shops next to each other in a row.
The
Right.
street where I'm living has 7.
Oh my god.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Excellent.
There's one place you can get kebabs around me. One. In like a probably like a 10-mile radius from me.
And the good thing is, I tried all of them. Many are crap, but the one that's the best is the one nearest to my place, so it's
Ooh,
awesome.
nice. You have to know which ones are good. In Zürich as well, like the Zürich Hauptbahnhof has, I think, 3 kebab places. The one that looks the nicest is not the nicest. Like they're okay, they're all okay, but like there's one out by like Gleis 51. It's like out at the very edge of the train station, just like buying nothing. That's the one you gotta go to. Oh, it's so good.
See, I've never been to Germany. Actually, I've never really been outside of the country. So, like, that's the things on my, like,
Gotta go.
list of things I want to do.
Big fat looper. He looks so happy trundling along in the overworld.
He's just
Like,
minding his own
bouncing
business.
side to side.
This part can be a little tiring.
You know what I need in my life?
What's that?
A giant looper plush. And
Yeah.
also 6 smaller looper plushes in each
That was
color.
easy.
You know what? I feel that. I would take a looper plush, but I also want a carbuncle.
I want like 6 1-foot tall, like 30 centimeter tall loopers. And then a 3-foot tall giant looper. That's what I want.
You know those giant Snorlax plushes? I was
Yes.
always thinking about getting one of those.
My
It's so
friend
tempting.
who popped by earlier, one of my besties popped by earlier with a donation. He collects giant Pokemon plushes.
Oh.
He has a lot of them, and I'm jealous.
I can see that, yeah.
To be fair, I've got some pretty big ones. I have a like a 50 centimeter long Espeon and a 50 centimeter long sleeping Umbreon. They're both sleeping, and they're the softest plushies I've ever seen in my life, and they're snuggled up with each other on my bed. When I make my bed, I put the Umbreon and the Espeon on top, doing a little cuddle. They're so
That's
nice.
adorable.
They're
That
so
is.
nice.
It is. I'm envious.
Like the cutest thing I have now is I have a Carbuncle little calendar from 14. Like that, I normally keep it on my desk, but I moved it a little further back when I was reorganizing and rewiring stuff.
You know what? Chizikis makes a good point. I should go one step further. 6 1-foot tall loopers, and not a 3-foot tall looper. A 6-foot tall giant looper. That's what I need. I wonder, there's got to be like some Etsy shop that sells looper plushies. Probably not the 6-foot tall one, but like there's got to be some Etsy shop that sells looper plushies.
I would imagine.
SA Silent Protagonist asks, do I just do competitive? Do I do Nuzlocke at all? I do hardcore Nuzlocke. I started getting into them a little bit before everyone else started doing them, but still pretty recently. I have a YouTube channel that I don't really upload to very often. It's sort of like I just like upload highlights there. But I've recently started doing sort of like long form recap videos of my hardcore Nuzlocke. You can find videos on my YouTube channel about yellow and about silver. Doing a little bit more YouTube stuff lately. If you guys are interested in that kind of thing. Yeah, Nuzlocke are fun. I'm currently working on an Emerald hardcore Nuzlocke. I did a Coliseum attempt the other day, or a couple weeks ago, which died to the last fight, which is pretty much par for the course for Coliseum.
Yeah, I think I haven't played any Pokemon games in quite a while. I still haven't even bought the DLC for Sword and Shield yet.
Oh, gotta get that Calyrex Ice, man. Calyrex Ice, busted Pokemon.
Yeah,
So
I think I might pick that up soon. I purchased recently, obviously, Trials of Mana, the remake, and then I did the limited run for Scott Pilgrim, because I wanted the physical copy of that game so bad.
Fair. Yeah, I thought that Coliseum was going to be a nice sort of, like, middle-of-the-road game, because I'd done a bunch of attempts in Emerald that had failed, including one that died to the champion there, because he double-team Leech Seed stalled me. Double black map this now, by the way.
Nice.
So I was like, all right, I'm going to do Coliseum. It's a shorter game. I didn't realize, because I was like, all right, Coliseum's shorter. Grinding probably won't be that bad. And then I remembered it's a GameCube game. I can't really speed it up and run it reliably, so it ended up being a much slower grind. Many hours of grinding, and then it died for the last boss, which is, fun. For those who have just jumped in the last hour or so, the questions have kind of died down, which makes a lot of sense. But if you guys have any questions for me, BMAO, or Mod, get them in the chat. They keep us awake. They keep us energized.
Yep.
As long as they're PG, we'll probably answer them.
Yeah, and also what keeps us energized are donations. And
Yes.
we've got a couple. We have a $5 donation by Hype Training, without a comment, but thank you very much. We have another $5 from Thalphon saying $5 suplex train. Okay, not a Hype train, a suplex train now.
Ooh.
All fine. Hopefully this marathon can help with saving many people from Alzheimer's. Oh yeah,
I
I
hope so.
really do hope so.
Mm-hmm.
And we have $35 from, I'm not gonna try to pronounce this. I know his name is Richard, but his username is backwards, and I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. So
Is
sorry
it
for that.
Richard? Is it Richard? No.
Yeah, it is.
It's OGN Drak here. So
Thank
it's his
you.
name backwards. I
Yeah.
love that guy, by the way. It's his
Yeah.
name backwards. But for the longest time, he used to be a StarCraft person as well. And OGN used to do StarCraft content. So for many years, I thought Drakir was his username, and he had like done some work with OGN.
Nice. And Richard is saying, good luck, Pengyy. Sending all the love to you and all the ESA staff and volunteers. Thank you very much. I'm excited for ESA Winter, and so am I.
So Silent Protagonist actually. Sorry. Give us an update on the things first.
Yeah, I was just checking. So Richard donates towards Final Pupil, eating Ramirez. And one of the $5 donations goes towards a Power Rangers run. Okay, Lightspeed Rescue any percent with the Power Ranger color of pink. Okay, we've got that one. So we are now at a total of $595 out of $750 for Final Pupil eating Ramirez. But I would like to remind you that that's the very last boss fight. Before that, sometime before that, on any other boss, we do want to see the Blue Rogues used, and they are still sitting at 405 out of 750. So we do need that met before we meet Final Pupil.
Yep.
So, please get that met. I want to see it because I saw it once and it was awesome, and I want to see it again. And you all want to see it because it's a really nice animation. It's a really funny animation.
And it'll be longer.
Yes.
Yeah. You
So-
will have more of this run.
Yes. It'll be everybody, a full crew. So, Silent Protagonist says that Emerald is probably the easiest to Nuzlocke. You say that! In order to keep every run sort of fresh, what I was doing was I don't like randomizing anything in my Nuzlocks because I think it takes away from like the strategic element of the Nuzlocks. Like sometimes you just get hard-walled like dumb encounters, and sometimes you just get like a meta gross as your first encounter and you just win. So I randomized the starters and nothing else, which sounds fun in Ruby Sapphire Emerald until you realize that the only way past the Electric Gym reliably is if you get a 10% Geodude encounter. So now I'm running with Mudkip because I'm honestly sick of the game. And yes, Mudkip makes it very free. But up until this point, it has been very not free.
To add to that, Pengyy is currently on attempt 11.
12.
12? Oh.
Attempt 11, I ran into a full odds shiny Gulpin, murdered it, and
Oh,
5 minutes later
okay.
got crit 4 times in a row and the run died. So I call that the curse of Gulpin.
10. Okay, yes, then we're at 12. So yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from.
So we have another question from Samael Medihem, who asks what my favorite StarCraft 2 race is. I main Zerg, so naturally my favorite race to play is Protoss. Because playing Zerg is pain.
I got nothing on that one. I tried playing StarCraft for like 10 minutes and I was like, I can't strategy game.
Yeah, I myself didn't really get into StarCraft 2. I played a lot of StarCraft 1, but I don't know. It just didn't hook me as much as other RTSs. Like, I was a big Command and Conquer player. I really love Command and Conquer.
Were you a competitive Command and Conquer player?
Nah, I'm not.
I have a friend who used to be on my StarCraft 2 team. His name is Wilco. You guys might know him. People might know him. He's a speedrunner. He's a full-time Super Mario 64 speedrunner now. He used to do SM Super Mario Sunshine. Now he does Super Mario 64. He used to be on my StarCraft team. He used to be a Command and Conquer player, so he used to tell me about the Command and Conquer game when we were living together at the team house.
Just freshly coming in, a rather unpopular opinion in a donation. $5 from Anonymous, and they're saying unpopular opinion, but Bulbasaur is the best starter. Charmander is for people without a personality. Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, I can not entirely back that up, but I mean, if you're wanting to optimize your early game, Bulbasaur is the best starter because you get an advantage over the first 3 gyms. It's great.
Yeah, true.
And Charmander is garbage because Charizard has a 4 times weakness to Rock. So yeah. And also, Venusaur is a much better competitive Pokemon than Charizard is. So yeah.
Yeah. I
will
love
back that up.
Bulbasaur. I almost always use Bulbasaur as my starter in
I don't. I'm a
Gen 1.
Squirtle boy, but yeah. I mean, Bulbasaur has some very, very good advantages, and Charmander has some very, very key drawbacks.
I almost always exclusively pick the fire one, with the exception to Sun and Moon.
Charizard is the only fire one that I don't really pick a lot, and that's because I have a massive aversion to 4 times weaknesses. I hate Pokemon with double weaknesses.
That's
I
fair.
really, really, really hate running them. And I am the same person. I know I'm the same person who like 3 hours ago said that Obstagoon was really, really good, and he has a 4 times weakness to fighting. I know his point is to kill something and die, but I do not like 4 times weaknesses. There's a few exceptions. You know, Stack Attacka's 4 times weakness to predominantly physical types with a 211 base defense is pretty okay. But like most of the time, I do not like double weaknesses. I really, really don't.
Yeah, Sun and Moon was the only one that I did that. Everyone else, I picked Fire. I was like, I'm not competitive with Pokemon, so it's like, it's whatever.
I feel like I should also clarify, just to make all the Charizard stands in chat feel a little bit less sad about us, like down-talking Charizard. Charizard did win a regional last year at BGC. It won in January before all the good Pokemon were added. Don't worry. Actually, hold on. Charizard just won the women's tournament, didn't it? Yeah, okay. Charizard also just won the most recent big tournament, so I guess. But really, Charizard was just kind of there. Umbreon won the tournament. Umbreon is not a Pokemon that sees play, and an Umbreon won the women's tournament, which was insane. Umbreon is now a Zacian counter, or I'm sorry, it's pronounced Zacian. But Umbreon is now a Zacian counter because it just sits on the field, doesn't die, and spams Yawn. Excellent.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, when I refer to competitive Pokemon, I refer entirely to VGC because competitive singles is not an officially recognized thing. I get that it's a thing, and like people play Smogon, and there's a lot of people. When I say competitive, though, I specifically mean VGC because I don't really care about singles. So if I ever say competitive Pokemon, I mean VGC. Empoleon is the best starter evolution. I mean, I'll get on board with your penguin typing, with your penguin species. I'll get on board with that. It's not my favorite, but it's a good Pokemon. Very, very good Pokemon. Water Steel is a pretty cool typing.
When Fairy types came out, I was like, yep, nope. I'm gonna make a team
Fairy
dedicated.
types are sick.
I know, I love them.
Togekiss is disgusting. I hate that thing.
I remember it was, I want to say it was Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? No. It was either Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire or the release of Sun and Moon. We made a challenge. I used to work for a game store around that time frame. And we made a challenge that we were going to make it to, we were going to be, quote, gym leaders in the store. And whoever beat us basically was like, yeah, we'll give you a free copy of the game or whatever. So, like, if you could get through all of us, then it'll be fine. I was the last one, but at the time, I was the only one who had been practicing at all for any competitive format. So I had some idea of how to do, like, singles at least. They didn't. And it was just like, okay, cool, everyone else, they got through them, and I was like, I'm going to literally break every single person in here. Yeah, it was just a brick wall. They couldn't get past
really high. Sorry, go ahead.
They couldn't get past Klefki.
Oh, Klefki's good, yeah.
Yeah, Klefki's nice.
I got reasonably high on VGC ladder with a mono normal team in Series 5. Porygon Z goes hard, man. Not anymore. Like, Porygon Z's garbage now after Crown Tundra. But, I see somebody saying they like Ribombee. Ribombee is low-key a very, very, very strong draft league Pokemon. My friend Borgie drafted, there's currently a High Roller Draft League tournament, which has about $8,000 in prize money that I'm playing in. And we just did week 1. I won, if you want to check that out on my YouTube. I have a sick team. I have an unreasonably good team that I don't know how they let me draft. I got every single Pokemon I wanted in an 11 Pokemon draft, which is kind of insane. But yeah, Ribombee is really, really good. Somebody asked about my favorite legendary Pokemon. Historically, I'd say Mewtwo, but not so much anymore. That's a hard one. I'm really enjoying playing with Calyrex Ice right now, but that's flavor of the month kind of thing. That's a really tough one. I really like Kanto Zapdos. I think Kanto Zapdos is really good. It's always a good Pokemon. It's cool design, big spiky, gets the nostalgia factor. Kanto Zapdos is really good.
An utter victory.
Is there a Pokemon stronger than Vanilla Mewtwo? Like in context, no. Like Vanilla Mewtwo in Red, Blue, Yellow is probably the strongest Pokemon ever because the game was broken and Psychic types were broken, and Mewtwo was the only Pokemon with that stat tier. Nowadays, Mewtwo is useless in the current restricted. Nobody runs Mewtwo. But yeah, you also have to consider, right? Red, Blue, Yellow was the only gen, I think, ever to have one major now restricted Pokemon. So like the other legendaries, like Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, typing-wise, Moltres and Articuno are kind of lame because they both have a double weakness to rock. And also the base stats on all of the birds are 600, whereas Mewtwo is 670. So there's just nothing that has, and Mew is also 600. So like there's just nothing that had anywhere near the same base stat total as Mewtwo, and then also Psychic type was broken. And also Speed was broken because it increased the crit chance, and Mewtwo has 130 base speed. So Mewtwo in Red, Blue, Yellow is by far the most broken a Pokemon's ever been.
I actually can't think of what my favorite legendary would be.
You can give like 2 or 3.
Well, like legendaries, I don't really care about too much. I never really cared for legendaries. If I had to pick one, probably Dialga, just on design.
Ooh, Dialga's really good. I like Dialga. That's seeing a lot of play recently, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's actually really cool. That's
Assault
really
Vest
cool.
Dialga just doesn't die. Great typing. Great defensive typing.
I did like Mega Rayquaza. I thought Mega Rayquaza was really cool.
I don't know the Megas that well because I didn't play in those gens. Does Mega Rayquaza change its typing?
I don't
or is
think
it
it
still
did.
Dragon Flying? Because again, like we're gonna go back to this over and over. It's double weak to ice. I don't like double weaknesses.
Yeah, I remember. I remember during the time that when Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, a bunch of people were just using that online all the time because that was there was no restriction. You can be like, oh, I'm gonna use this anyway. I completely just obliterated every single one of those. I would just be like, all right, cool. Here's Mega Gardevoir. There's your entire team. What are you going to do?
So, speaking of Kyogre, somebody mentioned Kyogre. Kyogre is a little bit busted. It's not that busted right now because it's one of those mons that's like so good that every single team has to run a counter to it. So it kind of drops off as a result. Because like the team I'm running, for example, has people run offensive Thundurus, right? I'm like the only human being on the planet running support Thundurus just so that I can get priority Eerie Impulse on Kyogre to put it at half special attack, and it still kills things. But it's like, but in a vacuum where people are not all building around Kyogre, it's probably the strongest legendary right now because it summons Rain. Tornogre is the core, so it's Tornadus Kyogre because Tornadus gets priority Tailwind, and then Kyogre gets like Choice Specs if you want it, or Life Orb, and then you run Water Spout, which does 150 base power if your HP is full, and also Kyogre makes it rain, so it does, so that's an additional multiplier on top of that. So just like you just click the Water Spout button and stuff dies. But everyone's building around it now, so it's not as good.
Yeah, and to complete the set, my favorite legendary would be Zeraora.
Ooh, is that a legendary?
I
don't think Zeraora is a legendary. Because it definitely doesn't have the base stats.
Whatever.
But it's a very cool Pokemon. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, Zeraora! Sorry, I was thinking of Zoroark. Yeah, Zeraora is a legendary.
Zeraora.
I like Zeraora a lot.
Zeraora. Because one of my all-time favorite Pokemon is Luxray. And the only thing I don't like about Luxray is his speed. It's too slow.
Yeah, Luxray is not good, unfortunately. Cool Pokemon, though.
And so you have an electric cat that's too slow, so let's go for the electric cat that's way faster.
Go for the electric doggo and run Bolton, which is worse.
Yeah.
I put Bolton on a team for I think 3 days, and when I thought of it, I was like, I'm changing the meta. This is amazing. It gets Eerie Impulse and Charm, and it's faster than everything in the Series 5 meta. And then, yeah, like you lower the attack or special attack of something, and it dies anyway because it's a Bolton and has like 4 defense.
Yeah. I mean, I used it in my casual playthrough, and I hated that it got all the different elemental fangs, but Ice Fang.
You know what one of my favorite, speaking of elemental things, you know what one of my favorite busted things is? Kadabra and Alakazam in Gen 2, where all of the punches, all the elemental punches are special attack based because it's
yeah.
free physical special split.
That's fun.
Oh yeah, that's busted.
So Stealth Rock is not a thing. Like hazards, entry hazards are not a thing in VGC and doubles. So Ho-Oh is seeing some play. Again, say it with me, B-Mel. Ho-Oh is double weak to rock.
Yeah,
but it
double weak
has
to rock.
such bulky defenses that you can kind of make it work. And it has Regenerator
really?
now. Yeah. And it has
Kind of sick.
yeah, and it has Regenerator now as well. So every time you remove it from combat, it heals 33% of its HP. So Assault Vest Ho-Oh is a kind of a thing. It's not a huge
really
thing,
cool.
but some people are running it. Lugia is probably better defensively, but Ho-Oh can make it a little bit.
That was easy.
I feel like it's very situational in terms of Ho-Oh.
So the thing about Rock Slide is that Rock Slide is only 75 base power. Most Pokemon that run it that are fast are not Rock type, so it doesn't get the same type attack bonus. Excadrill, for example, it doesn't get the same type attack bonus. And in doubles, it's a spread move, so it's only 75% as powerful as the 75 base power. So it ends up not being that strong. You really just have to worry about the Dynamax move from it. Especially because you can just Dynamax Ho-Oh as well to give it double HP.
That was easy.
I really enjoy talking competitive Pokemon. It's fun. It's keeping me energized.
You know what? I totally get that feeling. That's what happens to me every time something like fighting game related happens. Especially recently with my like people I've been playing like Destiny and Final Fantasy with. Like, we'll somehow get in the topic of like learning a character, which I still have to practice something for a friend of mine. But like I'll sit down and start talking about it and be like, it's so good. And the next thing you know, like an hour passes and I'm like, whoops.
Yep. What level will the guys be at? It depends entirely on like how many of each looper we run into, right? So like the purple loopers give the most XP, the whites give the least. But yeah, generally around 70 probably. We're gonna be massively overleveled for the rest of the run.
That's fun.
Like you can complete the game at like level 32. That's where you are in any percent.
Yep.
I love Absol's design, but Absol is a bad Pokemon. Its speed tier is really bad. Speed is the most important stat usually in Pokemon. For most Pokemon, especially offensive Pokemon, and Absol is in a very, very bad speed tier, unfortunately.
Yeah, same problem as with Luxray.
Yeah, I think they're in the same speed tier. I think they're both 70.
They're both 70.
I will say my two favorite Pokemon that have carried me through so many fights. Milotic.
Milo
Go for
is
it.
so good. I ran Milo for like 6 months at the beginning of the year. Now there's more offensive Pokemon, so like the stall Pokemon don't work quite as well, but I was running Coil Hypnosis Recover Milotic for so long. That is... Oh, it's really
Yeah,
toxic.
I did in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. I had, it was like Scald, Aqua Ring,
Scald's good.
uh,
Aqua Ring? Oh, God.
yeah, Leftovers, Max
Yeah.
Special Defense, and it would just be like, oh, Max Defense, Max Special Defense, and it was like, I would just sit there and be like, go ahead, hit me, I dare you. And if they couldn't get past Milo, then that was it. I would win every fight with just that. And if they did, I'm like, all right, now I have to actually play the game. Which was strangely like 80% of my wins was just Milo coming out. And just people, they'd see it and be like, nope, quit. It's like, oh, okay.
So, Swellow is a great sweeper. I agree very hard in Nuzlocke, and I guess in singles as well. I don't really know that much about singles, but I imagine in singles would be pretty good. Speed creep has gotten so out of control, though, in Pokemon that, like, Swellow is also just not fast enough to make its stats work, unfortunately. Like, one of the things you need to consider, right, is that, like, you need to be able to survive a hit from all the things that are faster than it, which includes stuff like Dragapult and, like, Regieleki, and, like... So, are you familiar with the new Regis?
No.
Okay, so, guess what? So, for context, right? You remember Cinderace was, like, really fast for, like, most of 2020, right?
Yes, I love Cinderace.
Cinderace's base speed is 119.
Okay.
For, like... Give me, like, an example of, like, a Pokemon that you're familiar with that's, like, something that's super fast. To give you
Talonflame.
additional context. I think Talonflame is, like, 124? It's, like, a random one, but it's around there. Let me actually check. I'm curious now. Talonflame is 126. Oh, so close. So Talonflame is 126. So now guess what the base speed of Regieleki is.
130?
200.
What?
What?
You don't need to put any speed investment into it, and it's still gonna outspeed everything. And it also gets Electro Web, which does damage and lowers your opponent's speed. And it hits both. It's really good. Really dumb.
What? Okay, this that's way too much.
Yeah, Regieleki is a very good Pokemon. The downside is that it gets literally no coverage. It gets, like, if you see a Regieleki that's offensive, it will very often run Protect and 3 electric moves. The only coverage move I can think of offhand that it gets is Hyper Beam. I don't know if it gets any other types. It might get, like, one more. I see a Kappa after that Suicune mage. I think Suicune is slept on, actually, like, pretty good. It's really bulky. Bulky waters are always good. And like you said, it gets Tailwind. I think Suicune is actually really, really, really slept on. I think it's good. I used to run it for a while in Series 7. Double Dog, we called it. My friend Charisma came up with a team. Entei Suicune, because the dogs now get their hidden ability, which is Inner Focus, so they can't be fake outed. They can't be fake outed, so Suicune can always get the Tailwind off. That was fun. And then for a while, he was trying Triple Dog with Raikou. The man's insane.
I see the question in chat. Does anyone remember when everyone and their mom were using hidden ability Talonflame?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, hidden ability Talonflame
before
is still a
Gale
thing.
Wings was nerfed.
Wait, it was
to
nerfed?
Oblivion.
What did it used to be?
It was
it
just
used to be
get
that-
priority.
It's priority for all flying attacks, no matter what. And now
Wow,
it's only
okay,
when
so
you're
now
on
it's
full
only
HP.
full HP. But yeah, like, Talonflame is like a moderate, like, in Draft League it's good. It's a reliable Tailwind setter.
Yeah.
It basically gets Prankster for Tailwind. And the other thing is, like, if you Dynamax it, it gets priority for Max Airstream while it's full HP. So you can get a priority Dynamax move off, which is, like, low-key kind of lit. Swellow is not one of the fastest Pokemon. It's very fast by, like, normal Pokemon standards, but it's not one of the fastest. It's probably, like, 40 or 50th. It underspeeds most of the fast legendaries, and it underspeeds a lot of Gen 8 fast boys. I think it's, 120 speed? Same as Kadabra or Alakazam? 125, so it underspeeds Talonflame by 1. Like, it's pretty fast, but it's also super frail. It has 60 defense, 60 HP, and 50 defense, so, like, it dies if it gets, like, hit by anything. And it's probably not going to be the fastest thing on the field, because your opponent will probably be running something faster. For example, Dragapult's 142, Regieleki's 200, Calyrex Ghost is 150. A lot of the legendaries that are legal right now are 130. There's a lot of weather-based stuff, so like Venusaur Torkoal is a thing, Venusaur Groudon is a thing, so Venusaur gets double its speed. Rain with Kingdra or Ludicolo is a thing, so they get double speed, so they end up at like 300. There's a lot of stuff that outspeeds Talonflame. Unburdened stuff is also going to be faster, but it's not bad. The thing is, I'd be interested to see how Talonflame did if it was actually in the game, but I don't think people would use it. I think it would just die too quickly. Like, I think Talonflame or Swellow might get one-shotted by double target Electro Web by Regieleki. But yeah. I'm currently using a Swellow in my Hardcore Nuzlocke of Pokemon Emerald, so I have an appreciation for Gust Swellow. Oh, Regieleki gets Assurance, that's right. That's the other coverage move it gets. Very random. Assurance does bonus damage if it hits if it hits a target that's already been hit, which is great because Regieleki is the fastest Pokemon, so why?
Well, to use it after a priority move.
That works too, that's true, but still, it's a little bit of a weird thing for it to run.
Yeah, it is.
Slush Rush Arctivish with Vicious Rend. My guy, Snail Wilson. In the draft league that I mentioned earlier, a guy who I was talking to earlier, he drafted Slush Rush Arctivish, and he unfortunately had no good hail setters, so he picked Aurorus. But I told him, like, Slush Rush Arctivish, it's gonna catch some people off guard. Vicious Rend is a good move. Sand Rush Dracovish is a thing now as well, since they have hidden abilities.
So many new things, I have no idea. I saw someone asking about the Strive beta. I mentioned it earlier. I am not. I am not. I'm a little sad still, but I'll probably play it. Just play Soul. Just literally manhandle everybody. My character choices are very strange, I should say. They're either like Terry Bogard or like just a magical girl of some kind. It's normally how it ends up going.
So the funny thing is that like Electrode is also like it's also very, very fast. Like that is an actual very fast Pokemon. But like the whole thing that it has going for it is that it's supposed to be faster than everything. And it's only quote unquote 150 base speed, so like there's literally no reason to run it when Regieleki exists, which is kind of sad for Electrode.
Staraptor was what, Diamond and Pearl?
Staraptor, yes, Diamond Pearl.
God, I haven't played that since. Oh my god.
That was fun.
It's been so long since I played that game.
Early game Intimidator. That thing is good. I like it.
2006, 2007? When that came out, I think it was when I last played it.
That makes sense to me. Is Trick Room still a meta? Yeah, I mean, Trick Room is always a thing you have to worry about. The team I hit the highest rank with this season is Hard Trick Room with Calyrex Ice. Calyrex Ice and Trick Room is nutty disgusting. It's not as good. So actually, like most teams that are running Trick Room recently with this series are like you have hard Trick Room teams, right? But a lot of like mid-tier, like mid-speed tier teams, like a lot of like Tornogre, for example, like Kyogre teams, will run like a Porygon 2 or something with Trick Room just for when they hit the really fast teams. So it's not like a hard Trick Room team. It's just like they have Trick Room as an answer to the ones that outspeed them, which is kind of cool. It's nice to see that. Like a lot of Dialga teams, like some of the Dialgas that aren't running Assault Vest will just like sometimes just randomly have Trick Room, which is great because you can turn off hard Trick Room teams Trick Room and you can go into Trick Room against like really, really hyper offensive teams. Pretty cool.
That was easy.
Oh yeah, for like Nuzlocke and playthroughs, like Reckless is pretty cool on Staraptor. But for competitive VGC, Intimidate is literally the best ability. So having extra Intimidate is never a bad thing. Incineroar, oh god. Let me find. So here, let's do a quick little quiz for you guys for BMAO. I'm gonna check. You know that Incineroar is like very common, right?
Yes.
So if we pick like, let me just like scroll. Let me say like the 20th most common Pokemon on the ladder, for example, is like something like Indeedee female, which is it's on 8.98% of teams. How many teams do you think Incineroar is on right now?
That was fun.
32.
44.67% of teams run an Incineroar.
I was pretty close.
You were, but that is absurd.
That's a little dumb.
Very dumb. And if we go to the if we expand that, like it's actually like the higher you go on ladder, the more it gets. If you go to like anybody who's above 1500 rating on Showdown, it drops down to 32 because people are trying stuff. But at the very top, 45% of people are running an Incineroar, and they're just dumb. It's very dumb, says the guy who has an Incineroar on literally all of his teams right now.
Yes, we are farming for enemy kills. We have to get 2,500 in total, at which we are over 1,000 now? Like 1,200, 1,300?
1338.
1338. So we're
about
getting
1,000 kills away from progressing.
Yep. So we're gonna stop around like 2,350 roughly, and then the last bit of the game will just be us getting that last bit as we go through.
Bruce.
Yeah, and for reference, we are about 800 in. I think we started at 500 and something.
Yeah, we started around 500.
Yeah. So we are 800 kills in, and we still have around 1,000 to go.
That 4.
I saw the comment of Terry from Smash, and I can't tell if that's if that's a joke or if that's real, because I'm just like, oh god, the first game I played him in was in King of Fighters 95.
I have a counter for the kills. We're trying to keep the ESA overlay as clean as possible, so it's not
Yeah.
on screen. But I will update you guys when we.
I feel like that would just be a lot extra.
Yeah, I mean it's already hard for me to fit on my own personal stream. I have to like shove it in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, what is the #1 Pokemon on teams right now?
Incineroar.
Oh,
By quite a lot. It's Incineroar, then Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini is really, really good. Terrain control is really, really important. Because they added a lot of, like, all of the move tutor moves for the first DLC are terrain moves. So terrain control, or not all of them, but like a lot of them are. Terrain moves are very, very important. And just terrain control in general. Plus, Tapu Fini sets Misty Terrain, which makes it which make all Pokemon on the field immune to status effects as long as they're touching the ground. So that's a very, very useful thing to have for like you can't get burned if you're running like a super strong physical attacker or things like that. Tapu Fini is very, very key as well. I also run that on all my teams. Wow, look at this guy. He's so meta. That's why I enjoy Draft League, though. This Draft League is so fun because, like, the way Draft Leagues work is that you draft Pokemon, and then as soon as they're drafted, they're gone for the entire division. So nobody has the same Pokemon twice, and it's really, really Draft Leagues are so fun. Yeah, we're having a good time with that. My next match is on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming that if you guys want to come by if you're interested in that. My team is super lit.
that'll be good. That'll be a good time.
Yeah, I won the last one was a little bit anticlimactic because I had a plan and the guy didn't know that the plan was a thing that could exist and immediately died in both games. He Dynamax Thundurus turn 1 and it died turn 1, but before attacking. I drafted, so I was like, the way the draft went is I picked up Lapras as my first pick, which is, Lapras is one of the best Pokemon, it's super good. And then I picked Arcanine up, which is insane to me that they let that come for a second pick. So already it's looking sick. Then I got Dugtrio, which is really good with those Pokemon because it allows me to use Perish Trap. So a Perish Song on the Lapras, and then trapping units in so they can't switch out with the Dugtrio. And it also has Beat Up for Justified Arcanine, so that gives Arcanine +4 attack. And just lets it sweep. And then, like, I drafted Sceptile, and everyone was like, wow, your team was so good, and then you drafted Sceptile. What are you doing? And I'm sitting there going, like, there's, like, really good Pokemon players. Like, JoeUX9, for example, who's, like, the #1 ranked player right now, since there's no events. People meme about that, because he's technically he's rank 1 for, like, 2 years now, because there's no events. But technically he's rank 1. He was, like, calling me out for picking Sceptile. Sceptile gets Unburden, which doubles its speed when it loses its item. So I put Weakness Policy on Sceptile, and then used Ice Shard on my own Sceptile, so it gets +2 attack, and then also doubles its speed, and it just instantly won my first Draft League match on turn 1. Because it gets type coverage in 12 types as well. It's like the Pokemon with the most type coverage, except for, like, Mew, which can learn every move.
Yeah, that was quite a sight on
moly.
that stream.
Thoughts on Friendguard Jigglypuff? Absolutely awful. Friendguard Clefairy, S-tier Pokemon. Really good Pokemon. Jigglypuff is garbage, though. Clefairy is super lit.
What is Friendguard Jigglypuff or Friendguard Clefairy?
So Friendguard is an ability that your allied Pokemon takes 25% less damage. So it makes otherwise frail offensive threats, like things like Cinderace, or like I was running an Spectrier offensively recently. They can survive hits that they would otherwise not survive. And then Clefairy also has Follow Me, so you have redirection, so you just won't get hit. And as unevolved Pokemon, they can equip the item Eviolite, which makes them unbelievably tanky. It's like Dusclops is like the ultimate. Dusclops and Porygon 2 are like the ultimate super tanky ones with Eviolite, but like Clefairy still does a lot of work.
Huh. Ah, that's pretty cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a really, really good ability. But yeah, somebody was saying that Sword and Shield is a good place to jump into competitive Pokemon. I would agree. I started with Sword and Shield right when the games came out. So. Yep. PhD in Pokemon. We're getting there. We're getting there. I did qualify for Players Cup 3, probably. They haven't sent out the invites officially. I should have qualified, so hopefully we can do well in that tournament.
I have a feeling you'll do fine on that one.
I mean, we'll see. It's the
Okay,
biggest
yeah.
tournament there is right now. I'm more focused on the draft league, honestly. Just a lot of money involved. But, yeah, good fun.
Yeah, I need to pick up something again. Like once I get back into doing the God, what's it called? Get a Skies run in, and then maybe start practicing. Definitely start practicing fighting games again for when tournament season starts. It's a shame because it's the one game that I'm actually like legitimately like was labbing up, like practicing for a lot of time, going, playing casuals with friends for a little while. We were doing pretty well, and then it was just like, well, here it is. And the game stopped. It didn't stop per se. It's just like the online is not exactly great.
Fair. Hey!
And while
Sorry.
like you and I would play and would have a good connection, if I played someone on the West Coast, it would be very hit or miss.
Hey, Gendar, me?
That was easy.
You take those, man. That's impressive. That's impressive. Any rank 1 is awesome. I don't really ladder on Showdown very much because there are, every now and then, like, there's, at any given time, there are going to be, like, super niche mechanics that are broken in Showdown, so I prefer to ladder in-game. As like, an example, like, in Series 6, when they banned a bunch of Pokemon, I was running, like, a Corviknight team next to Eldegoss, and, like, Eldegoss's ability lowers the speed of everything around it, and I noticed that it was, like, really inconsistent on Showdown about, like, whether or not it would lower Corviknight's speed because of mirror armor. Like, it wasn't, like, consistently wrong. It just, like, constantly changed whether or not it would happen or not. And it wasn't based on anything else. It's, like, super broken. Like, random really niche things will just not work in Showdown. So when I'm like, actually prepping for a tournament, I'll usually ladder in-game. Usually what I'll do is, like, I'll use Showdown to, like, workshop a team. And then I'll make the team in-game just to make sure that I'm getting the right things going on.
So, to a bit of break up the off topic and
Yeah,
get
sure.
a little on topic, let me tell all of you lovely viewers a little bit about the charity that we are raising money for, which is Alzheimerfonden, the Swedish national fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. Alzheimer's is a progressive disease where dementia symptoms gradually worsen over several years. In its early stages, memory loss is mild, but with late-stage Alzheimer's, individuals lose the ability to carry on a conversation and respond to their environment. So it's really harsh on the people themselves and on their caretakers, because it's really hard to take care of someone who you can't really hold a conversation with. So we really do want to enhance the research with more funds, so that maybe someday we will find a cure, so that those people don't have to suffer anymore. So every single dollar is highly appreciated. So if you can spare any amount, we really appreciate it.
Female,
Yes.
what was the first video game that you remember playing?
The first video game I remember playing? Okay, that is actually one of the easiest things I can answer. There's 3 in particular. Zelda 1, DuckTales 2, and DuckTales 1 a little bit, and Super Metroid.
Fair enough. Not bad. I think mine was like Super Mario World for the Game Boy Pocket. Game Boy.
Yeah, I
The
played...
earliest one I can remember playing. Also, Pokemon Red in Italian. I don't speak Italian, and I have never spoken Italian, but someone at school got the game in the wrong language and gave it to me because they couldn't understand it, and I somehow got halfway through Pokemon Red without speaking Italian.
Yeah, I did... oh god, what was it? Yeah, I played through all of Super Metroid as very young, and then, you know, getting the Mother Brain, you know, at the wee age of, like, I don't know, 5 when the game came out in 1994. Was terrifying. I don't know if you've beaten Super Metroid or heard the music that plays when you get to Mother Brain. It is nightmare fuel for first time. Now it's not that bad.
Definitely.
And you know, I'm 5 years old. The game just came out, 1994. I'm like, all right, cool. This is gonna be great. Oh God, what is happening? It was terrifying.
Yeah, also the visuals on the second phase of that fight
Exactly.
are terrifying.
All right.
Yeah, it was one of the first few games, and then it was just the normal stuff after that. Mario Brothers, so on and so forth.
All right, I'm gonna jump into the giant looper fight after this fight. So I'm gonna run away and leave you guys for a couple of minutes.
Sure. God, that was a fun game. I can't say I need to go back and play Super Metroid. I literally did a randomizer like 2 days ago.
We did it.
Yeah, that's not going back.
I think I was waiting for something to download. I was like, I'm gonna do a randomizer.
Wait, where is he? Where is he? He was here. Oh, there he is on my left. To say, I saw him a second ago. Oh Lord, he coming.
You were asked, yeah. God, Pokemon in Italian?
Yep.
Oh man. I think the last game I played
I have,
that
like-
had it's like a language barrier. Like that was like Phantasy Star Portable. I think I played through all of that in Japanese and got like the best ending on accident.
I have a vivid memory of being very young, and my mom had friends over, and my mom told me after they left that they were really impressed that I spoke fluent Italian, and I was just reading the text boxes out loud and had no idea what they said.
You know what? That would do it. That would absolutely do it.
All right, Apple Wax, our filter code. Second.
What are we at kill wise?
Around 14 something or other. Back in a sec. 1424.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
ship fights.
Yeah. Did you answer? What was your first games?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I know the first games I owned on Game Boy were Super Mario Land and Tetris, but I'm not sure if I have played anything before that on any console. I think I must have, really. I think it was like Super Mario Brothers or something on the NES. I know I owned a Sega Master System 2 with Alex Kidd and Miracle World pre-installed.
Okay.
But I'm not sure when I owned it. If that was before or after the Game Boy. So can't really say for sure.
I was gonna put my headset back on, but I'm not going to yet. Let's grab a drink after this.
That's actually a really good idea.
I was gonna
should
grab
do that in a
my
minute, too.
my Umbreon, then I was worried I didn't have time. I was gonna show off my Umbreon, but I'll do that later. You guys, remind me.
Try Gravitor and Hydra. I remember playing Mario Land, but that was later. That was after. Mario Land was a good one. Tetris
Yeah.
we had.
I spent so many hours on Mario Land and I was so bad as a child because, well, I was a child. And then I was like, when was it? I think it's now about 2 years ago or something. I thought, hey, why not play it on stream? And I was through in less than an hour. It took me like 40 minutes or something. So yeah.
Which game?
And after that, I did Super Mario Land 2 on the same stream in about 2 hours or something. So yeah.
It's always like the best worst feeling when you sit down, you're playing, and you're like, I remember this game being way harder than it is.
Yeah. The thing is, back then, the games were harder because you didn't have the experience that
Yeah.
you now have.
That was easy.
Also, you couldn't save, which made it harder because if you died, you had to start from the start. And yeah, that's what most early Game Boy games were like, and NES games as well.
trying to think, what was the game that... I think another one, games after Mario RPG was another one a few years later. I played a lot of Mario RPG. Final Fantasy VII, but I could barely read.
I was always really into reading, even as a child. So
I struggled.
I really liked text-heavy games like Final Fantasy VII. The Pokemon games are rather text-heavy for Game Boy games. So yeah, I really enjoyed those.
Yeah, I had a very hard time younger. I just couldn't focus in class very well. Eventually, that changed. I got to a point I'm like, yeah, I can do this, no problem. But like back then, like Final Fantasy VII, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but it was a mess, and I loved it. I had
This cloud guy has big sword.
Many
He, like,
people now even don't know what's going on there.
Also true.
Something Sephiroth, something
Meteor.
Meteor.
One guy, big fat sword. One guy, big skitty sword.
Fight. It's great. It's a great game. It's a ton of fun.
Oh, I love FF7. One of my all-time favorite Final Fantasies. Also, the first one that I played.
The first one I played was 4. 2 stateside. But
An utter victory.
Yeah,
I played that and I was like, I don't know what's going on. It's cool, but I don't know what's going on. And then 7 was the one that I actually like beat. That took so long. That and a lot of Mega Man X2 and 4.
It was always too bad for Mega Man games. I own Mega Man 2, I think. And sometimes I got to Wily and maybe beat him, but not often.
I didn't get to the classic Mega Mans. I didn't do too well. Definitely during the X series, I was able to actually beat those. Though for some reason, Mega Man 9, when that came out in 2008, that game hooked me in. I played that so much. I actually had a pretty decent time in game times. Obviously, nowhere near as good as the normal runners. I think. Isn't there like a Mega Man run going on? Oh, there's obviously a Mega Man run going on, but like most of the runs are normally like significantly better than anything I could do.
Yeah, Mega Man is one of those series where there are a lot of runners who take that seriously.
It's like they run that as life or death. My time will be better than everyone else's, mark my words.
Speaking of which, there will be Mega Man in Europe today. For you, it's barely tomorrow.
It's midnight now. It's past midnight.
It is midnight?
Yep.
Oh yes, it's
12:26.
6 hours for Eastern, right? Yeah. So the west side not yet, but yeah, on Eastern it's also today. In like what is it? In like 14 hours we will have Mega Man Wily Wars, and after that Mega Man X.
Ah, nice.
A little bit of a Mega Man block there.
Yeah, and right after that we have the Super Mario 64 block with first Babsia doing it blindfolded and then Peking Boo doing it with a dance pad.
I do love Peking Boo, man. What a legend.
With a dance pad.
Yeah.
Right. You know what?
And
Peking Boo
concerning
is
the dance
serious
pad,
business, man. He takes his dance pad runs very seriously.
yeah, and concerning the dance pad, we still have an incentive to have a display for that dance pad on stream.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we need a total of $600 for that. We are $20 in, so you got around about 15 hours to meet that. But first, we need to still meet using the Blue Rogues and Final Pupil eating Ramirez. So,
Yep.
please
How close
consider
are we?
those two first.
I know it's been a little while.
Yeah, as a reminder, we are at $405 out of $750 for using the Blue Rogues, and at $595 out of $750 for eating Ramirez with Finding People.
Definitely reasonable to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Really hitting a lot of these 3 encounters lately, which is a little bit bad, boys.
That was easy.
I mean, I've seen a lot of 7 encounters so far, so
Yeah, I mean,
I think
over
they're
this
using
long
out.
a sample size, it averages out pretty well. My throat's hurting a little bit more. We're gonna make it.
It's only a little more to go. We only have a little bit left.
Yeah, less than a third.
I remember when I did my first hundo run for this forever ago. I remember my throat was hurting. My body was just like shot. I was just miserable for like a day and a half after the fact. 28 hours straight is rough.
Yeah, especially because like you didn't start as soon as you woke up, right?
No, I did it like a few hours later.
Fun.
Because I normally would get up, I would do like stuff around the house, and then I would go to that, and it was just like, it was way too late. And I was like, I'm gonna do this no matter what, and I did it. And I was like, I have so many regrets, but I'm like, I'm
you
so
finished
close.
it.
Yeah,
It's the most important thing. Got the run on the board.
I got the first run. That was promptly taken over. Not even like a day later.
Yeah, that was the guinea pig run.
Yep.
I was watching and editing the notes throughout the whole thing.
We need the Dark Souls on Donkey Konga drums.
Oh my
look,
god. We
Look,
need
I
Skies
mean-
of Arcadia on Donkey Konga drums.
if I can get my hands on
Skies
it.
of Arcadia on Donkey Konga drums blindfolded.
Oh God.
what?
100%.
I was gonna make the joke about doing a run on arcade stick, but like
You
that's
can do like an arcade stick run to like Escape from Valua.
yeah, it would be a little weird with like map. I'd have to like stop and not the map, the camera.
You have to hook up a second arcade stick for the camera.
Yeah. I have to get a second camera for that.
Utter victory.
Coming up on 1,500 kills, which means about 800 more.
As a silent protagonist asks, but why would you want to do that though?
Why not?
Because you can.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the same
Oh.
reason for every stupid challenge. Just
Sniper not
because
Dylan?
you can.
It would not be a 20-hour run if it was blindfolded on the Donkey Konga drums.
It would be
20-day run.
Yeah. So I'll get there eventually.
That was easy.
I think I've ever done like one blindfolded challenge ever in any game. And specifically it was Mega Man 9 and it was Concrete Man. And that took me like, I don't know, 40 minutes?
I did a sellout stream on Pokemon Sword where there was like a $5 donation incentive to make me wear a blindfold for 5 minutes, and somebody did it immediately when the run started, and I could not leave the house. Or like I left the house and I was trying to find Hops. It was at Pokemon Sword and Shield. I was trying to get to Hops' house, and I'm like narrating the whole time. I'm like, all right, I'm pretty sure we're like running into the wall of like the fence outside Hops' house. Okay, we've got to be like running into the wall right by the door. And then I took off the blindfold and I was like right outside my door running into a wall, the same wall, for 5 minutes.
An utter
Yeah, people doing blindfolded speedruns. It's just maddening.
You don't fully appreciate it until you put on a blindfold and try to play a game for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
The closest I have to that naturally is if I take my glasses off. I take my glasses off, I can't even see my monitor at the range I'm at right now. My vision is horrible.
That's the trick. You say that, and then you do a run with contacts in. You're just like, I can't see anything. I'm just this good at the video game, guys.
The worst part about it is I can't even do that. I would try, and everyone would know because my eyes would just swell up. I can't put contacts in. I'm just sitting there staring like, I think I see something. I can't quite tell.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was a fun experience learning that one the hard way. Never again. Never again. What are we at kill-wise now?
We just crossed the 1500.
Nice. So we only have about 800.
Yep, about 800 to go.
That was easy.
But wait, we crossed the 1500 and we are not at $3,000. Chet, what are you doing?
Feels bad.
Yeah.
Feels bad. Okay, you guys have another chance.
No, Pengyy is really sad.
I know, big sads. I'm so sad that I'm gonna type my pink sad emote in chat. That's how sad I am. Hold on. I'll get this with one hand eventually. Sad. Whoa! Okay, hold on. Things just went kind of awry. Oh my god, something really bad is happening. Hold on. That was blindfolded for a second. My screen froze and I had to do those inputs blind.
Okay.
Speaking of blindfolds, everything is fine now. That was a Monka-S moment.
Oof.
Can you grind off stream during a speedrun?
Nope. Unfortunately.
Huh.
Minnie, was this the run where you overkilled by a bit, or was that the old run? There was a time when Minnie and I killed like 25-40 in a run. I think it was the old one though. Not getting too excited.
In the meantime, while this is happening, I am going to grab a drink. So I am getting very thirsty.
Keep that.
That was easy.
What if the emulator dies now? I do not have saves now. The emulator should not die. There's no reason for it to die. It does not do that. Like, obviously, you know, marathon luck, knock on wood, but that's not a thing that happens. I've never had emulator die. I've had power die. The emulator has never crashed on me. This emulator has never crashed on me.
Oh, that reminds me. I got a bit into Ocarina of Time randomizers lately.
Okay.
And on each seed,
That was
the
easy.
first time I pressed that stupid button in the lower level of the Deku tree. The very first button that spawns fire. The emulator crashes. If I reload the save and do it again, it doesn't crash.
Huh.
I have no clue why.
That's very weird.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just something, and I mean now I know and can just I'm saving, and then I'm fine. But hey.
Yeah, this is
First time I did it, I did a run. I didn't know that, of course, and I didn't save, so I had to do everything again.
Yeah, so for the people who tuned in the last couple of hours, this is monotonous, I am well aware. This amounts to less than a quarter of the full run, but it's all lumped in together, so it turns into quite a long segment. A little bit of an unfortunate time to tune in, but there's plenty of gameplay after this, no longer right at the end of the run, so it's about 3.5 hours of actual gameplay after this still-ish.
But you can make fun of us for having to sit through this in a donation.
Yeah. Good way to keep us going.
And no, you may not make fun of us in the chat. It must be in a donation.
The rule.
Yeah.
Gotta be getting pretty close to having 14 starting SP, which will allow us to use Rain of Swords. Saves us 1 input.
That was easy.
There is a cow. I still sometimes level to 99 in my JRPGs, even though there are many other games I could play, just because I want to. I mean, in December 2019, a speedrunner, Dave Stereo, who ran Final Fantasy VII during ESA Summer, did level 99 before the very first boss fight in Final Fantasy VII. It took him, like, what was it, 350 hours ish over the whole December.
Oh Jesus! Why? Why?
I don't know. But I mean,
It's like doing like Final Fantasy X full sphere grid percent. Like
yeah. But I mean, he was also doing like 24-hour streams, just running up and down the stairs in the Shinra headquarters for the original and the remake, and counted how often he completed a lap.
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah.
That sounds actually horrifying.
That doesn't sound fun at all. I came back to hearing level 99 grinding. It's like 300 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and yes, he did all of that live on stream. I mean, he had his chat to entertain him, and
that's a lot of pressure to be putting on chat.
His chat is awesome. And so yeah, it was really fun. It was a fun experience.
yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's really no different than when people would breed for Pokemon. It would take like so many hours of just grinding to get perfection.
I do not understand shiny hunting. I understand shiny hunting streams, because it's basically a just chatting stream with like an extra dimension. I get that. If you're a shiny hunter, I mean no disrespect, but like, I don't understand just like resetting for shinies endlessly on your own. I like barely understand streaming it, but I understand streaming it a little bit more.
A friend of mine actually shiny hunts. He was set up like a goal for a month based on like what holiday was going on. So, like Christmas, he was like, I'm gonna get like wintry themed Pokemon, or if it's November, he had like a mustache November thing that he was going on with. It was really random, and he would get a bunch of them, and it'd be like thousands of encounters, or like 10, and I'm just like, I hate you. The only shiny I have ever encountered was a shiny Bidoof that I could not catch.
That's excellent.
I had to kill it, which was the worst thing. Is I was like, you've got to be kidding me. First time playing Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, that's
wow.
better than Wally running into a shiny Ralts in Emerald. He's already lucky enough to hit a Ralts.
That's
on the
true.
first try, no less.
Yeah.
I remember I was once shiny hunting for Zorua.
Oh god.
It was the third encounter. And
Wow.
I was like, what? How? Yeah, that was
funny.
an Oris. So I have no clue how I got it on third encounter. But otherwise, I'm not lucky when I'm trying for shinies. I have yet to breed a shiny Eevee.
I have.
really love shiny Umbreon. And
I love shiny Umbreon. It's so good.
yeah, it looks so awesome, but I never had any luck getting a shiny Eevee through breeding yet.
X and Y, 134 eggs. Took me like 10 hours or something like that because how slow the grind. Hey, not 10 hours,
I
like
mean,
7.
134 eggs is really not bad.
Yeah, that's really good.
I would say that, but I've done like 590 eggs in
Also, really not bad.
In Sword and Shield, that I've had 0 luck with getting a shiny routes.
So we actually save 1 frame every encounter now, because we have 14 starting SP, which allows me to use Rain of Swords, which will also kill everything, and Vise uses it, so a little bit quicker. And use Omega Cyclone. It's actually the same inputs as Lambda Burst, but we don't have to worry about Purple Duke's grinding, so on the purple fights we save a frame.
Oh, now you're at the point of just nuking everything.
Yep. Okay, many thanks. So yeah, we'll see. I'll give you guys an update on record splits after the boss fight following this, which is the Rock. Basically, what's going to happen is we're going to get to 2,300 kills. Then we're going to do a short discovery hunt. We're going to crew Domingo, grab the last part of the recipe or of the things we need for the fetch quest, and then we're going to go to the boss Rock. Then we're going to basically just do a bit of a boss rush for a little bit. Not all in a row, actually. We're going to do a little bit more plot advancement with Dangle Pilot, but we're going to speed through the rest of the game relatively fast. There's still a lot to do. It's going to add up to quite a bit of time, but we're going to be moving through relatively quick since we're going to be over-leveled as all hell.
That has one benefit to it's like the grind is definitely not easy. It's easy, but it's just like it's kind of rough a little bit in terms of just like consistently doing it over and over again. Thankfully, you had the one ship battle to kind of break the monotony.
Yep.
But like, once you get past it, the last bit of the game is just like, oh hey, there's a boss here. There was a boss here.
Exactly.
An utter victory.
And it definitely does puts it in the perspective just how fast these fights can go once you are like this level and not getting one shot by everything.
Oh yeah, this is why you guys are now seeing the point of like why like technically the more fights we get earlier, the shorter the grind session is, but optimally, if it were possible, the fastest thing would be to get 0 random encounters and just to do all of them in the grinding section just 'cause it's so much faster. The longer the grinding session, the faster the run in a weird sort of roundabout way.
We did it!
Now that I think about it, I think I accidentally got rid of my the one shiny Eevee. Shiny
What?
Sylveon. Yeah, I think
What? Oh, shiny Sylveon's so good, dude. What the hell?
I know it was an accident. It wasn't what I wanted to do. But I got rid of my old Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire game, and I had it on there, and I should have kept it. But
Yeah. Little
mistakes
blue
were made.
ribbons?
Oh yeah,
Blue hair ribbons?
I adore Sylveon.
That was fun!
Sylveon and Gardevoir are 2 of my favorites.
I think I might actually. I still have 2 and 3/4 Mountain Dews left. I might not even get to the Red Bull. We gaining, bros. The caffeine detox, 10-day period prior to the 20-hour run. Good strat. Highly recommend next time you do a run, Beam out.
That was fun!
Believe it or not, I've actually I've gotten to a point now where I do not need a whole lot of caffeine to stay awake.
Wow, that's I don't either really, but I also like regularly do caffeine detoxes.
Yeah, I have one energy drink in the morning, like somewhere around like anywhere, depending on what time I wake up, anywhere from like what was 5 a.m. to now like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
Depending on who you ask, one energy drink can be considered quite a lot of caffeine.
Yeah, I can have that and I'll be fine for the rest of the day. I just drink a lot of I'll drink like a regular soda and water, and that's on my desk I have a bottle of water and a soda right now.
Water is good.
That was fun.
I get dehydrated so easy now, so I
One of
gotta have
my
it.
friends, I mean, like, this is not just like only Tempo, but like one of my friends, Tempo, has done a few 24-hour streams. The guy doesn't drink caffeine. He just like gets 24 hours through with like water. How in God's name do you do that, my man? Unreal. Guy's a machine.
It really, like, when I was working like crazy shifts for a little while. I would have water, and that would just get me through the whole day. I was also getting really bad migraines, so I was like, I'm gonna cut back on caffeine.
Oh yeah, yeah. At some point, you gotta do the caffeine detox. At some point, your body will force you. All right, I'm gonna stretch my legs a bit. Up to you.
Yep.
Take the mic.
I will take the mic temporarily.
Just
That-
don't drop it.
I just grab the one over there, just drop it down somewhere.
No
Yeah.
mic drops here, please.
Now we'd have to have like some crazy hot take for that. Or would your friend get
Yeah, but also, you know what a mic drop does to headphone users?
You
Please
know what?
don't do that.
You are. That is a fantastic point. Heard about your friend getting kidney stones from energy. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who did the same thing. That sounds.
Well, I'm only on water for quite some time because I need to watch my weight a bit. So yeah. Before that, I drank a lot of iced tea, and sodas. So, but yeah, it's mostly water for me now. Occasionally, I get some other stuff, but yeah, currently water.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot more water. I bought there's something that happened in my area. The water, filter around me, it got contaminated.
Okay.
So I had to buy like a portable water filter.
Yeah, okay.
And the water tastes so gross without it. It's so bad.
I'm really happy that the area I live, the tap water is so good.
Lucky.
So yeah. Only thing with tap water is I don't like tap water after if I put it in a glass or in a bottle or something. If I just drink tap water, it has to be really directly from the tap. However, I have a water carbonator, and carbonated,
Okay.
I have no problem with that. So yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
It's not bad. But how am I feeling after we chose after we went with the correct flag? You know what? Just this once, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it because all of those donations just go to a good choice.
Yeah,
It's all very, very good.
right. Every
we-
single dollar goes towards the correct choice
So
because you chose to donate to Alzheimer Fonden.
So I'm okay with that. And heck, I actually goofed. I meant to click the other thing. I meant to put it towards Blue Rogues, but I did an extra 30 on Ica. So
Yeah.
there really is not a particular level he's grinding to. We just have to get to a very particular enemy kill count. So if anyone's curious, it's 2,500. I think last little while ago we broke the 1,500 mark. So we don't have a whole lot left, but it's still a little rough still. But we got a little bit to go. It's not too bad. And then once this is done, we'll be progressing. We'll go do Dangrel Island, kill a bunch of extra side bosses.
Yeah, and we're also not going for the full 2500. We're going for like 2300. So because there are still some enemies left in the game that
Yep.
we need to kill anyway. Well, it's just we need to arrive at the 2500 for the 100%.
Yep. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, yeah, it's not looking like we're gonna hit level 70. We are getting bad quote-unquote encounters. It doesn't really matter. But
I mean, at this point, we're like overpowered anyway.
yeah, it really doesn't matter. It does mean I probably won't have money to feed parentheses to Fina for final people, but that really doesn't matter either. I'll just do some math.
That was easy.
I wonder what her power actually is.
Well, the weapon itself has like a decent amount of power.
In any percent, I think it does like 700 damage. So I'm wondering if it does. So I think Ramirez 2 has like 22,000 HP. So if we hit it with 2 max damage, she'll have like 2.5k HP or something. I don't think she one-shots from there, but worst case, I just use Final People twice.
Yeah.
Oh no. Kill update 1661.
Not bad.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we only not too far off.
The nice thing about this area compared to the other area, one of the nice things is that it's such a wider area. In the old South Ocean grind, it's so easy. Like, the second half of South Ocean has a much lower encounter rate, and it's really easy to, like, accidentally fly into that area, and then you mess up the encounter rate, because the actual area with the high encounter rate is really, really small. We don't have to worry about this at all, especially since it's surrounded by the Dark Rift, which you can't even accidentally go through. Even if I, like, wasn't looking at the screen and, like, ran into the Dark Rift, we wouldn't go through it. Purple blobs are good! Purple blobs give us the most amount of golden XP. It goes white, red, green, yellow, blue, purple. But again, it really doesn't matter at this point. We're gonna have millions of gold when we leave this area.
An utter victory.
I know we were talking about donations. Did we want to go ahead and update what we're doing donations for and all that?
Sure. So, as I was saying just a few minutes ago, all donation go towards Alzheimer Fonden, which is the Swedish Alzheimer's Fund, Alzheimer's research organization. Let's see, what haven't I told you in a while? Alzheimer Fonden organizes projects, camps, and events for youngsters affected in different ways due to parents or other relative diagnosed with Alzheimer's. They are also enabling training for caregivers on the subject of dementia, so that they don't only fund the research to find a cure, they also fund training the people that have to, or that do care for dementia and Alzheimer patients. So that those people have someone properly trained to care for them. Which is also a really good thing because they just can't do it themselves after a certain stage of Alzheimer's. So yeah, every dollar counts. As always with fundraisers. But Alzheimer's is not an illness that I wish on anybody. No one, not even my worst enemy, because I have no experience with it myself from family and stuff, but it just sounds so horrible. It just sounds so horrible. So yeah, I would really wish for there to be a cure, just so that we have something to work with and make the lives of those affected easier, and maybe someday not even have that problem anymore.
That's the dream. What we're working towards. $1 at a time. One donation incentive at a time. One bid war at a time.
Nisus90 writes, I feel like this run is only flying around for like an hour or two, Lamau. No, it's like flying around for 3.5 to 4 hours.
Yeah, it averages out to be around 3:45 this segment, which is shorter than it used to be. It used to be 5 hours.
God, it was so bad before.
Fun.
Yeah, I mean, every JRPG is gonna have elements like this, unfortunately. I think back to even, I mean, this is less of a JRPG, more of a tactics game. But have you ever seen the speedrun for Final Fantasy Tactics Advance?
Yes.
Basically, it's not as long as this, but actually, like, percentage-wise of the run, it's longer. It's like a 4-hour run. And the very first thing you do, or not very first, but like in like the 4th mission, you literally just cast heal on yourself for 45 minutes of a 4-hour run to go up to like level 28.
Wow.
Which, it's not as long as this, but the actual action that you're doing is even more brainless by quite a wide margin.
Oh boy.
That was easy.
Yeah, I've been practicing some shorter games, and that I will say I'm kind of glad I don't have to do, but instead I have to do very short frame windowed inputs for the entire run.
Yeah. It's a different skill set for sure.
It's how fast do you want to kill this boss? Well, if you can hold that button really fast and release it at the perfect time window every single time, it is great. It's strange too, because it's definitely like out of my my area of expertise when it comes to games, or that I would even attempt to speedrun, but I like it.
That was fun.
That sword seems a little fishy.
Yeah, I
it is the
just
tuna
thought that as
cutlass.
well.
You may notice the main sword is, of course, a giant tuna. The offhand that Vise is using is a sushi knife.
That's actually kind of amazing.
The joke weapons are actually extremely good. I'm somewhat mad. The ultimate weapon that we get for doing Hundo is 10 power stronger. It's 160 power. This is 150.
I think the only difference being is that you actually have accuracy on the weapon and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, this has like no accuracy for auto attacks, but we also like there's no reason to ever be using auto attacks this late into the run. Oh, I should go on to purple. I actually need Silenus. Doesn't take long to get, but I'm realizing I don't actually have Silenus on everybody. I have it on Fina, I think, but worth having on everybody.
Yeah, you'll have it on Fina and you'll have it on probably Gilder.
We don't use Gilder, my guy.
For like one fight?
Nope.
Don't you use you need him for the Hydra?
Right, yeah. We'll use him on the Hydra, but
Yeah.
we're not gonna use him on we're not gonna use him in the end game. We'll use him for the bits that we have to use him for, but for the end game we're gonna go back to Enrique.
That-
That was fun.
Yeah. It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
even in a casual run, there's no reason to be auto-attacking at this point. Shoutouts once again to all the Pengyy Patrol members who've been hanging out. A rugged night hanging out still. Most people have gone to bed at this point, but we've seen a pretty Tommels in here as well. Stay a very, very nice group of my community that's been hanging out the whole time. Much appreciated. You guys are awesome. Everyone else is awesome too, but you know, an extra little shout out to my community who've been hanging out.
That was easy.
Was easy, guys. 580 kills left, guys.
Not too much left.
Probably means about 600 because over the course of this whole grind, usually I'll forget to input like 4 or 5 fights into the counter, which is why I only go to 2300 instead of 2350. The idea is we go to 2350, but realistically, if the counter goes up to 2300, we're probably at 2350. Kraken's in here as well. He's going to bed, which is very fair. Evangeline's still in here. Oh, so many. Y'all are great. We had some front page time at the very beginning of the run, so if you're somebody who's come by during the front page time and stuck around, big shout outs to you. You've been here for a long time as well.
Yep, this is one of the necessary components for the 100% run.
Yep.
Yeah, it is 103 over here. Yep, you just kill any enemy.
Yeah, so this place has the second highest encounter rate in the game, i.e. like you'll hit encounters the second most often. The upside about this compared to South Ocean, though, is that while it's a slightly lower encounter rate, it has a much higher average of enemies per encounter. So the encounters here can only be groups of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, whereas South Ocean has a lot more that are in like the 2 to 4 range. The extra XP in Magic is also nice. But yeah, this is actually the fastest.
That was easy.
Helenesh asks, how in the world do you do a 20-hour run? Preparation. Preparation and a lot of willpower. We're still gonna be. I'm still happy to answer any questions that you guys may have related to the game or otherwise. Any PG questions. They keep us sane. They keep our brains working.
What brain?
What brain? I mean, if I can't have a brain if I'm doing this, right?
Hey, at least it's not the first run. Like the first run of it. It's like, I have never done this. Now time to do for... How long is this going to take?
That was easy.
If I can make it the whole way through without drinking Red Bull, I'm gonna be so happy. Because usually what happens after these runs, if I like go through the whole caffeine load that I have, is like I actually won't sleep very long because I have so much caffeine in my system. I usually sleep like 4 hours. Not fun. The next day, nightmare and a half. Yeah, we use Enrique in 100%. We use Gilder in any percent because none of them really get you anything extra. It's not worth the time to go trade them out. We want Justice Shield on Enrique for a bunch of the optional bosses, hence why Enrique is the best. If a newer player, this question comes from Adalius, if a newer player wanted to get into competitive Pokemon, what initial team do you think would be the best for learning the ropes? So rental teams are a thing now, which is great. So any player can put up a rental code to their team. The best way to start is playing a bunch of different teams, like a lot of different teams through rental codes that you can get from professional players or just like streamers or whatever. That is the best way to get into it. There's a lot of really great resources, a lot of really great content creators. So specifically for newer players, Necra has a couple of series that she does on her YouTube channel that are really good. She does Pokemon Spotlights that are talking about the way individual Pokemon are used, and also she's doing a Professor series right now that covers some of the basic mechanics in depth. In each video, it covers like a different mechanic. So, for example, there's a video on like terrains, and there's a video about like speed control and like different ways that works, stuff like that. Those are pretty good places to start. Really, you just want to grind a lot of games, because if you haven't played Pokemon in a while, or if you're just not super familiar with competitive, there are a lot of there's just a lot of small mechanics that you need to get used to. So I hadn't played Pokemon like really at all outside of the occasional game pretty much since Gen 4 before I got into competitive Pokemon, and it took me a while, a couple months, to get caught up with like all the new stuff. Like, oh my god, what are terrains? This is weird. Oh my god, there's really weird abilities now. What are all these new Pokemon? Stuff like that. So it takes a while to sort of get it caught up to date, but yeah, it's more accessible than ever. Highly recommend rental teams are really, really good. If you're interested in BGC stuff or competitive Pokemon stuff, doubles, my stream's a good place for that. I do a lot of Pokemon. I do a lot more Pokemon than Skies right now. If I stream 6 days in a week, which is what I aim to, I don't end up doing that most weeks, but if I stream 6 days in a week, usually it's 5 days of Pokemon, 1 day of Skies. So I've taken a bit of a Skies break because I didn't want to burn out prior to ESA, and I'm also planning on going a little bit harder on Skies. Just, you know, from all the people who follow from ESA who are interested in the Skies content, I wanted to be able to do a bit of a more serious grind in Skies. But yeah, I do a lot of Pokemon stuff, a lot of competitive Pokemon stuff, so if you're interested in that kind of thing, come on by the stream. And
That was easy.
rental codes are not my area of expertise. I'm preparing for Players Cup 3 right now, so my serious teams, I'm not actually putting rental codes up, but a lot of my friends do, so I'm happy to point you in the right direction towards like the right Twitters to follow and all that jazz for rental teams.
I did see a really good, decent question. Blue Knight Gaming gamer asked, how would one get into running this game?
Ooh, I missed that one. Yeah, so it's actually really easy. If you go to the Skies of Arcadia speedrun.com page, there should be a link to the Discord. Pretty much every runner is really happy to help new people. I'm always happy to answer questions. Arcadia Legend is always happy to answer questions. Bmao, even though he doesn't run that much right now, is probably always happy to answer questions.
Absolutely.
And the Discord's pretty big. It's not just the speedrunning Discord. It's basically the Skies Discord. We made it to be the speedrunning Discord, but it just kind of became the general Skies Discord. But yeah, there's a specific speedrunning channel and routing discussions and all that. Arcadia Legend actually has several different notes. She has the beginner notes, which are the best ones to get started on. And they use safe strats and all that. So it's not that hard to get into. You just need to have the time to do the run. Your first run, if you know the game reasonably well, will probably be anywhere between 13 to 15 hours, depending on how good you are at the menuing and how well you remember where you're supposed to go. There are like pointers in the notes on where to go, but like sometimes you can get a little bit lost if you get lost in the notes. So yeah, it's really not that hard to get into if you're really interested in it. And my door is always open. You can shoot me a DM on Discord.
An utter victory.
I don't really read Twitch DMs, but if you're in the Skies of Arcadia channel, you should be able to find me pretty easily, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Likewise as well. Anything I can answer, I will, if Pengyy can't as well. But yeah, the beginner notes are really good. They're very, very solid for first-time runners who even haven't necessarily played the game. They really go through a lot of the important things that you may or may not have never would have expected.
Yeah, I have to say, I do kind of hate myself a little bit because after ESA Summer last year, where I was also host with these wonderful people, and I had lots of fun, and I wanted to at least casually play this game. I still haven't yet because I just don't.
It's
find
a large
the time
project.
To do it.
Casually, this game will probably run you 50 to 60 hours.
Yeah, I know that. I love my JRPGs.
But some people, what they've started doing is some people will like casually play through the game. They'll read the story and all the text and stuff, and they'll just follow along the speedrun notes as a general idea of where to go, and that speeds up the process quite a lot.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the first few games that actually got me back into speedrunning as a whole. I quit. I didn't really get in. I wasn't really doing a whole lot of speedruns for quite a while. At least not like recording purposes. I went from like Shantae Half Genie Hero to this like years later.
I see a really good question from Nightwing Misthawk. Here's a hypothetical question. You discover a glitch that allows you to skip any section except for the grinding part. Which section does it skip? I think there is one obvious answer for any percent, although I feel like there's a couple. I will say South Ocean. That would be my skip. South Ocean as a skip would be South Ocean or Perrin. Like, Perrin saves you more time, but like South Ocean is just, oh my god, I hate it so much. How about you, B-Mal? What do you say?
We did it.
Ooh, that's really tough, actually. Here's the thing. I would rather deal with something early than later.
Yeah, it makes it easier to get on a run.
So,
However, I could see somebody picking Beltarn. Or in your case, I could see you picking Blackbeard too.
ooh. I was waiting for that. No,
A little bit of shade.
I mean, you have to. You have to. I think personally, I would get rid of, as much as it would be really useful, I would love to get rid of the Blueheim fight. Because that fight has been a problem for me every time I run.
Yeah.
If I can find a way to get rid of that, I'd be happy. Everything else?
Just a more consistent Blueheim strat would be nice. It's not going to get much more consistent. Arcadia Legend has spent hours and hours and hours on the Blueheim fight. It's not going to get much more consistent than what we have, but it's still very annoying that it can be 3 turns or 5 turns. Because in ship battles, that's like 4 extra minutes.
Dusty the Hamster asked, what happened with Blackbeard? I'm the only one who can answer this one because I was the one who did it. So, there's a particular item in the beginning of the game called an Electribox. It's a 1% drop that drops off the first encounter. And the first time I had ever gotten that item, I was really feeling...
For context, it saves about 4 minutes in a good run. It's a big deal.
I got that item. I had a crazy good early game. And I started kind of losing steam at a little bit towards the end. I started getting really tired. And there's a segment where you have to go into like what they like under the world pretty much. So I got to there. I wasn't paying attention on the notes, and I used the wrong ability or the right ability on the wrong turn, which then turned what should have been like a 1 to 2 turn fight into like a 5 turn fight. And then I forgot to heal.
Yeah.
And then I went through. I had to go back to Sailor's Island, and I ran into Blackbeard 2. What's supposed to be a joke fight actually killed me.
Yeah, there's no heal in the notes there because since the other fight is meant to be 1 to 2 turns, you're supposed to be at like 80% of your HP, and Blackbeard 2 is a 1-turn fight. And Email was not at 80% of his HP. And Blackbeard 2 was a 1-turn fight, though.
Yeah, it was a 1-turn fight, just not the way you wanted. So yeah, lesson learned, at any point in time you're doing any percent. After you defeat Chameleon 3, make sure you heal, because you don't want to end up like me. I am literally the only person that has succeeded in dying to that fight.
Yep. Hyrospliffix? Wow, that's a hard name. Hyrospliffix. Okay. Asks, question only half tongue-in-cheek. Could a run that takes 20 hours really be called a speedrun? Well, I know you're half tongue-in-cheek, but speedrun is relative to the time that it would take to do the category if you were doing it casually, right? So this is an 80 to 100 hour project casually. So yeah, I would say so.
No, this game does not have an autosave feature. This predates the day of autosaves. This is an old Dreamcast game ported to the GameCube. So we did not have autosaves.
Yeah, the Electribox lasting through Sentinel is the dream. There are a lot of extra nice uses for the Electribox. So, for example, it 2-hit KOs the first boss, which is usually like a 5-turn fight. You save like a minute and a half there. If it survives through Sentinel, it kills Sentinel in 4 hits, which saves like another minute and a half there. And throughout the second dungeon, like, for example, if you've been here from the beginning, we ran from one of those big red fishes earlier. Like, it 1-hit KOs that. It 1-hit KOs Seekers, which are, like, also pretty bulky units that spawn in there. So, like, there are other things that are, like, yikes to run away from, because running is not a guarantee in the early game at all. So, being able to not even have to try and just 1-hit KO it with the Electribox is so nice. It also gets you more gold because you're able to take those fights, which then leads into maybe being able to do a strategy called YOLO Merchant, which saves 2 to 4 minutes as well. Or, like, realistically about 2. So, like, it can compound on itself, which is a really big deal. So, what I'll do, I've stopped hard resetting for Electriboxes because I don't need one right now. I've done so much routing that if I did, I probably have about 10 minutes of time save throughout over my PB over the course of a run if it were to go perfectly. But, like, I won't reset until I get an Electribox, but, like, I'm really, really strict on my super early games because the more I reset, the more I increase the chances of getting one right. So, like, if things don't go perfectly without an Electribox, I'm probably resetting.
That was easy.
Yeah, I think that was the only run that actually managed to get past Sentinel with Electrobox. After that, they just broke at Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rare to get through Sentinel because Electrobox has an 8% chance to break every time you use it. You're going to use it twice on Antonio, you're going to use it 4 times on Sentinel, and then you might use it a couple of times in the dungeon as well. So a lot of the time, not like, I'd say probably like 40% of Electroboxes last past Sentinel.
Yeah, that's if you're lucky. Most of the time, they'll end up breaking really, really quick.
I wouldn't say most of the time, but you remember those ones more for sure.
Yeah. They're the ones that sting the most because you're like, oh hell yeah, I don't have a run.
The real sad part is like when you get an Electrobox and then everything else is trash.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to reset, but the time is so bad.
I remember the one run I did. I had like a really insanely good early game, and then the late game was just like kind of. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was there. I ended up PBing. I think it was the run that I got the 11-19, and I had like a 758 Antonio split. And I was like, I hate this. Or 805, I think is what it was. It was like a really early, like really good Antonio. And I was like, I'm so sad. I don't want to ever go against this again. This early game is gonna make me cry.
if you get like Electrobox and then no encounters, and like perfect inputs, I think that's like a 720 Antonio. It's like my gold is like 720 or something. It's wild. And then my gold on my best ever time on Sentinel is like 3205. Like with an Electrobox and like a good Shrine Island, that goes unreasonably fast.
That is really good.
I'm doing my best for you guys, Chuck. Doing my best.
Yeah,
It's not every day that you get to run on ESA, so it is a big deal for me.
Yes.
Big deal for the community as a whole. Every time we've been able to showcase Skies. I believe this is the 4th time I've done Skies at a marathon. 2nd time for ESA, and it's always an absolute pleasure. So another big shout out to ESA for having me back, especially allowing me to do Hundo. I honestly, I said this a little earlier, I did not expect this to be accepted. I submitted it half tongue-in-cheek, and then they were like, hey, want to do Skies Hundo? And I was like, oh, I mean, yes, but I did not expect to get this far.
I remember when I think you messaged me about it, and I was just like, what?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, do you wanna commentate Skies Hundo on ESA?
I was like, what?
B-Mouse was like checking his calendar to make sure he didn't hibernate till April 1st.
I was like, what the hell day am I on? Where am I? Is this really happening? Are we doing Hundo at a marathon? Yes.
At a big marathon?
Yeah, I guess I'm doing that. Okay. Yeah, I will be there. I will find a way. One way or another, I will be here.
That was easy.
Which again, this has been a ton of fun to do. Even with me taking a short nap in between, which was much needed.
Don't make me jealous.
Yeah. Yeah, but think of it this way: we're on the home stretch now.
We're really not.
Well, yeah, you're right.
We're on the home stretch of the grind.
Yeah. How long did it take to learn 100%? That.
Follow the notes. I don't do
Yeah.
practice. I mentioned this a little earlier. I can't find the motivation to practice runs because for me,
Yeah, I
every
feel
time
that.
this isn't just Skies. It's like every time I'm playing, I'm having to force myself to. I've been over the last year. I've like forced myself to pick a casual game and not stream it. Just good for my mental health to have a break. But like my brain, the way my brain works is like if I'm playing a video game, part of my brain will be like, "Hey, buddy, hey, you could be streaming this right now. You really should be streaming this right now." And then like another part of my brain will be like, "Yeah, but people don't watch me for insert game here." And then my brain will be like, "Yeah, so you should stream a game that they would watch. Yeah, you should stream like Skies or Pokemon." And then, but the same thing happens with practice, where it's like people don't want to watch practice. Like I'm sure some people would tune in, but it's not exciting to watch someone practice, right? Like it's just not the same thing. So the way I get better is I just do runs. At any speed game I've ever done, I just do runs.
Yeah, that's kind of a. While I was kind of like unable to stream, I didn't really have the energy after being at work all day and then coming home. Like, I'll play something for a little while. I could be streaming all those. I really should be. And then I just don't because I'm just like, I'm so tired. I don't want to do this, or something silly will happen, and I end up regretting it. Like me practicing Devil May Cry 5. Like I was having a ton of fun, but like I love this category. The Virgil category is a ton of fun, and I was just doing it back to back off stream. Like I could have been streaming that the entire time, but nope. I was doing it on in like a Discord stream or something like that, which is still fine. But definitely something.
Now, I was gonna say, okay. It's gone.
Yeah, and piggybacking off what you said though, just there, I'm not a huge fan of practicing runs either.
The only time I have ever played this game 100% outside of streaming is I played it in 2 segments off stream, mostly while BMAO was doing his blind run of Hundo, because his blind run was the guinea pig testing of my variation of Kinsei's notes.
Yep.
So he, by accident, in some cases, found some flaws with the notes that lost him a lot of time. And I also played through the run a lot at the same time while I was watching him, and they were basically the guinea pig runs to improve the notes before I did my first run. It's the only time I've ever played this game through all the way casually.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that run, I think a lot of things wouldn't have been found. Like we've had like really silly stuff, in particular, like the Pyre box of all things.
Oh, yeah. So actually, that's really funny. So the Pyre box is a major part of any percent now. And I picked it up as an item in the Catacombs, and I used it a bunch. The reason we added that to any percent is actually because of BMAO's 100% run. He picked that up as a chest, and then BMAO was like,
I'll use this.
I wonder if I use this, if it will be good. And then like all of us were just watching him going, oh my god, this saves so much time. So we just like added it to the any percent route. It's like really good.
Time save.
And the biggest one that we had issues with, I think you lost to him like 4 times, were the initial notes for Daikakuya were really bad.
God. Yeah,
so then I ended up running that fight like 8 or 9 times off stream, testing a couple different strats to try to optimize Daikakuya, who since then has been much further optimized.
Yeah, that fight originally was
It's still not a fun... I mean, now it's fine because we're like level 9,012. But like, until we moved the grinding section earlier, Daikakuya was always a problem. Really, really hard fight. The wanted battles also scale with your levels, so you can't really overlevel them that well, but when you grind in Looperland, you can. I think the last Daikakuya is like level 56 or something. Wow. I accidentally attacked with Aika there, and somehow the game let Vise go first, even though Aika has double hide. Thank you. We take those.
Yeah, I will say doing Hundo originally, that was such a weird time for me.
My first Hundo was also just like really dumb with the grind, where I was like, well, technically, you can get 8-pack enemies in Rixus, so maybe Rixus is a better place to grind. And then I went to Rixus, grinded for like 20 minutes, and ran into like 7 sloths that were just fights I had to run from. And I'm like, okay, but like, what if I went to the Lands of Ice? It's like, okay, this is bad as well. Okay, it's like going to like different places. Like, the notes say South Ocean, just stay in South Ocean. It's like, no, I'm gonna try this other thing. It's like, no, don't.
I don't know why I'm doing this to myself.
I mean, it's really easy when you're not familiar with the actual numbers behind it to like get in your own head where you're like, oh, I get like 7 encounters in a row with 2 enemies. Oh, this must be a bad place to grind. Where it's like, now we have multiple people who have data mined the game and have like looked at the numbers and like, we know without a shadow of a doubt that this is by far the best place to grind. It's proven out in the numbers, whereas before it was always just like a little bit of guesswork.
Toplins actually asked a really, really funny little question there. Wonder how this dude still has a voice after 15 hours of speaking.
Fun fact, I actually have, even starting this run, I already had a little bit of a sore throat. I had my throat was in a bad place yesterday because I filmed a bunch of videos the day before.
I get that feeling.
So my throat's not even been in good condition this whole time, but I have a strong voice. I do professional Starcraft 2 commentary sometimes, so and we have some very long days. I commentated Cheesadelphia recently, which was 2 12-hour days in a row, which was longer than it was supposed to be, but it went pretty well. I got to commentate with my good friend Ravi, who's an amazing commentator. Shout outs to Fear Dragon 64.
That was easy.
And my friend Grant, if he's awake, will be joining us for the home stretch. Also a professional commentator for StarCraft.
Oh, it's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah. You know Grant vaguely.
Yeah. We have exchanged words in chat a few times.
He is a funny guy. I did have to warn him. I'm like, Grant, seriously, ESA's a PG stream. He's like, okay, I'll try. Like, no, Grant. He's very capable. He's a professional StarCraft commentator. Though those are also PG streams. But like,
it's like
Grant and I
there
have very, very dark humor that we use between each other. So I'm like, we got to keep it down for the ESA stream.
An utter victory.
I just see systematic technology thinking it very optimistic that the estimate is only 31 seconds slower than the world record.
Let me explain that then.
Yeah.
So I had a relatively recent run. I haven't done a hundo run in a while because I actually did not want to record. I wanted to increase the chances that this run recorded. My last attempt was in November, and I was on 13:35 pace. So I figured, all right, I've been on 13:35 pace. At the end of the game, that run died because I missed a chest because I wasn't paying attention. Not the case this time. I've also had Beam out checking all the chests along with me.
Yep.
So that was on 13:35 pace. So I was like, all right, I mean, 12 hours is really, or 20 hours is really not insanely optimistic.
1935.
1935. What did I say?
1335.
No, I was not on 13:35. Yeah, 19:35.
I was a bit like, oh, wait a minute, hold up. What did I miss?
Yeah, so my current goal, I don't run this often, but I mentioned earlier, there's no universe where this run gets a time that I am super happy with. My goal time would be 19:30. So there is a very good chance that I'm going to do a sub goal over the next couple of months at some point to do another hundo run to try to hit that 19:30 mark. So if you're interested in that, drop my channel a follow, and you'll know when it goes live. I'm also going to be doing a lot of 80%, mostly on Wednesdays for the next little while. My current 80% world record is 10:52. I am pretty confident that in a perfect run, my current notes could get a 10:40. My goal is 10:44. Because that's what the current segmented record is, and I think it would be really funny for RTA to be faster than segmented. It is an old segmented record, to be fair, because people don't really do segmented runs anymore, but I still think it would be really funny for RTA to be faster than segmented.
Definitely doable. I think even my old splits, my sum of best was like a 10:20.
Yeah, I think my sum of best is like 10:02 or something. But like that is perfect RNG, right?
Yeah.
Like that's hundreds and hundreds of attempts of any percent. Most of them dying in the early game, but I've probably done like 25 or so complete runs. We had a tournament about a year and a half ago, which was basically a bunch of races. Fun.
That was fun.
Competing. It was good fun. I almost recorded in one of my races. That was like low-key. This is going to be a sad moment for Arcadia. I'm sorry to bring this up, Arcadia. I had a match in the semifinals against Arcadia Legend, who at the time was second place, who is a regular record holder. She's held the record many, many times. And I almost recorded. I was on record pace till the last boss, and then the last boss messed me up, and I didn't quite record. But that was a very, very sad thing for her to have to run against. It was at the time the second fastest run ever. And I was like, oh man, I feel a little bit bad that this happened against Arcadia Legend instead of against somebody who wouldn't have expected to win anyway.
I remember that tournament.
Oh yeah, really... no, my record is 10:50. My old one is 10:52. I forgot that my record's 10:50. Yeah, no, my record. Demon is the one who has 10:50. Yeah, that's right. My record is 10:50. How? It's been a while. I can't believe I forgot my own record. Wow.
I remember that tournament being very silly because I think my first race was like an 11:45. I was like, I still got sub 12. Like that's fine. Like I can't complain with that.
Who was it who got to the finals? It was like Moose. It was somebody who like had not done casual runs and just went ham and got to the finals.
Moose raced me first race. I beat Moose. And then that I don't remember who was after, but I think I had to race Arcadia.
Yeah, that's right. That was the group of death.
And we ended up being like, oh god, what is happening? And I think I ended up having to surrender because I couldn't do something. And then you had the run where like you got destroyed by catacombs. It was just a nightmare.
Yeah, Arcadia did. And then the finals actually never finished because both of us had such atrocious RNG that Moose conceded in Yafutoma, and I was like 35 minutes behind PB and tired, and I was like, I wrote the admins, because the tournament admins were the moderators, like me. The moderators of the Discord were me, Arcadia Legend, and Armstrong. And obviously I recused myself from my own games, but I was like, I wrote Arcadia and Armstrong and also Moose. And I was like, he conceded. Is it okay if I just take the win? I'll finish the run if you guys want me to, but I am not feeling this. I was so far behind. I just gotten off the back of like a 7-turn Blueheim or something. And I was just like, please don't make me do it. Please. A little bit of an anticlimactic end of the tournament. It was really fun.
That was a really good time. Definitely gotta do another one soon.
No, you definitely finished a run, Arcadia, because you advanced out of the groups. We played in the semis. I think what ended up happening in your group was like you finished a run. Yeah, you finished the group in second though, because I think you finished one run and then conceded the other one because of catacombs.
Yeah, you and I had a very similar incident. That's what it was.
Yeah. That's why we played in the semis. I remember being like really sad because I was like, oh my god, I have to play Arcadia in the semis. I was hoping this would be a finals match. I really don't want to lose in the semis. This is my tournament that I'm organizing. I wanted to get to the finals. And then RNG smiled upon yours truly, and it was a very, very lucky day.
Yeah, I think my friend saw the.
Oh, that's right.
Saw the roster, and he's like, "Who is Moose?"
Yeah,
it's just like
Moose had like one completed run, and then just like went absolutely ham in the tournament. Yeah, Arcadia Legend I think had a straight up game over in one of her games because like it's unbelievably uncommon to game over in Catacombs. But what can happen is in the first stretch where you usually have one encounter. If you get back attacked, which is very unlikely because so you need to get back attacked by the slowest enemy, which is very unlikely because the slower enemies have a lower chance to back attack you usually. So if you get back attacked by the slowest enemy, and there's a lot of them, also unlucky.
Yep.
And they use their least common attack, also unlucky, which has a 50% chance to miss, and they hit all of them, they're instant death, and you lose.
It was an adventure.
It is very unlucky if you get game overed in Catacombs.
What a race for that. That's right. Died to Attorney, and then I could die the poison damage because she got poison bursted, like just out of nowhere. It's like this is my life now.
I can only think of offhand 2, maybe 3 times that I've seen that actually happen and actually game over a run. Like there have been times where like that happens and it doesn't game over, but it loses so much time that people reset. But I think I've only ever seen that actually game over to Arcadia Legend, and JTB had it happen once.
I didn't have it happen there, but I did get a game over to 3 loopers.
Yeah. And many people have game over to Grapers. I've game over to Grapers at least 3 times. And it's super avoidable. You just need to play safe.
Yeah, I've never had Grapers, but I've had loopers on multiple occasions. Loopers are my least favorite enemy. So seeing them get blasted this way is actually kind of
very
cathartic. Nice. Yes, I'm just like, good. Yeah, remember that time I was like, I'm gonna do a run. I haven't done a run in a while. Remember that time when I didn't miss Shrine Island, the little mini skip in there? Remember that time I got 3 of you? Then you back attacked me, and then it was Pyre, game over. It's great.
That's also really unlucky. Those don't Pyre very often. It's like almost always they run. And then when they don't run, it's usually attack. Yeah. And if they don't attack, then it's 50-50 to be Pyre or a miss.
I literally looked at my screen and was just like, what am I watching? Like, what is happening right now? And there's just like, here's Pyre, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, one's fine, whatever. And it was like, here's Pyre, and I'm just like, wait, hold up. Hold up.
That mini Ratin emote is amazing. It's so good. Almost as good as B-Mouse Smug.
Oh my god. This is the picture of my big old head.
Actually, no, I actually think mini Ratins might be a little better than B-Mouse Smug.
I like that one, yeah.
I like them both. They're very good.
Oh, man. That was right when my brother got that camera he was so excited for. He's like, I bought a camera. I'm just like, all right, here we go. Oh, man. Yeah, this game has some moments. It definitely could be a little cruel.
Oh, you missed our perfect Veltarn.
I was napping.
Not quite perfect, but it was very, very solid. Beltarn. Nice.
Yep, this is the pre-show.
ESA proper will begin as soon as this run ends. But this is like pseudo part of ESA. Like the donation ticker's already going. You guys can already donate to Alzheimer Fund to help fund Alzheimer's research and support. And you can also already donate towards all of the incentives and bid wars in ESA. Including,
I love it.
Including bid wars to name the trainer, the Hawlucha, and I believe the starter, or no, the Lucario in the Pokemon X run after Vise, Ica, and Fino, which is what you should 100% be doing.
Speaking of donations, Mod, did you want to actually like fill us in some?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us your spiel. Do the thing.
Yeah, so, you know what I haven't mentioned yet in all of those, what is it? Wait, I'm like 11 hours in? Nah, 10 hours. In all the 10 hours that I've been hosting here, I haven't once mentioned all the prizes that you can get for donating.
Yeah.
That is true.
I mean, okay, it's not many prizes as a number. But we have 2 ViewSonic monitors, sponsored by our sponsor ViewSonic, that you can win with a donation. So we have a ViewSonic Elite XP 270 with an estimated value of $400 that you can get with a minimum donation of $25. And we also have a ViewSonic I don't think I'm gonna pronounce that whole because it's a long string of alphanumeric characters. Also a value of $400, but it's a much higher quality monitor, so we need a minimum donation of $35. I'm gonna ask for I'm gonna ask if those are accumulative, but in the past they were, so I'm guessing they are this time as well.
So out of curiosity, if somebody were to donate $25 twice, would they be entered into that raffle twice?
I don't think so.
Fair enough.
I don't think so. It's one entry per person that gets to that amount, because if it is accumulative, then yeah,
that makes
the
sense.
whole thing's out of the window. But yeah, those are really, really good monitors. Those are the ones that ESA uses for their on-site events, and they are really, really, really nice. I do want one of those myself.
Honestly, same. I wouldn't mind having a third monitor personally.
A third monitor. You know, people talk about how when you have 2 monitors, you can't go back to 1. I can't go back to 2. Especially as a Skies runner. The Skies notes for Skies Hundo are 45 pages long. So what I do is I have one of my monitors as portrait, so I don't have to scroll as much in my notes. It's great.
I've got my monitors set up exactly the same way. I have one in portrait, just so I have some more space vertically.
Yep.
And
Great.
I wouldn't want to go back to 2.
Yeah, I need a third. I got the desk space. I just need to do it. Need to bite the bullet.
It is worth.
Yep.
Maybe you'll win the one. You've donated a bunch, Timo. Maybe you'll win one of those.
Yeah, I donated like 50 altogether, I think.
Yeah. Absolute boss. Shoutouts to everybody who's contributed so far. It's been an amazing run. It's been very fun. The last several hours have not been super amazing, but we are nearing the home stretch. We are at 1,985 kills now. So we'll be out of here probably in the next half hour.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
normally... Okay.
we do have to acknowledge that the last couple hours wasn't very content heavy on the on the
I
actual
mean,
run.
honestly, this is I did inform ESA that this was going to be a thing, so they shouldn't be too upsetty. But yeah, I mean, realistically, it's less than a quarter of the run. The vast majority of the run is still very, very fun, and we still have a pretty long time to go once we're done with the grind. About 3.5 hours of content after the grind is done, which is going to be fun as well. A lot of cutscenes, unfortunately, we still have to get through, but a lot of cool boss fights. We have a lot of optional bosses still. We're going to go through the final 2 Fiestal fights. We have Daikakuya still available, which is a really, really fun fight. It's going to be right at the end. A bunch of optional ship battles that we still have to do, a couple of side quests, and a lot of story bosses as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I've also sometimes looked at the view count, and we were at pretty much consistently over 4,000 viewers.
It's unreal how many of you have stuck around. You guys are
Yeah,
awesome, and you are keeping us going.
Yeah, currently we're at almost 5,500 viewers during the grind, so it's absolute awesome.
Yep, and of course, for those of you who are just tuning in, if you guys, the perfect time to get in. If you have any questions for me, BMAL, Mod, anything at all, as long as it's PG, doesn't have to be Skies related.
That was easy.
Happy to talk about pretty much anything that keeps our brains fresh.
And if you do want to donate, it can be found below the stream. So every donation will be read as long as they're PG. And maybe you can surprise us with a bad joke, a pun, or whatever. Think of something and we can read it.
I love bad jokes, so I'm perfectly okay with that.
I love them too.
Shout out
Honestly.
to crossing the 2,000 mark.
Nice. The Pokemon commentary was really good.
We did it!
Yeah, Pokemon, I mean, I can talk about Pokemon forever. I can talk about Pokemon for hours. I do so.
It's a new lap record.
Well, apparently that is a gold split for that 500 kills for me. Sure.
Yeah, I myself am with that with fighting games. I can talk about a lot of fighting games for hours on end.
Oh, I have a very long list of speedrunning games that I've looked into and decided absolutely not, Evangeline. Very, very, very many. Too many to list off.
Honestly, I feel that. I absolutely feel that. There's a couple games I thought about doing. Well, I was like, I'll try like Mega Man Zero. Nope.
Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier. On my personal splits, I have splits for every 500 kills to give me the illusion of progress.
Gundam, you are allowed to drop the F-bomb in your donation comment, but I will censor that out. So,
Yeah, I think I've dropped 2 by accident, but 2 in 16 hours is okay, I think. I think ESA will. On my stream, I curse a lot. But we clean it up for the marathon.
I'm pretty guilty of it too, but I'm actually pretty good.
I mean, it is a great way to accentuate the verbiage.
I mean,
but I fully understand the whole PG thing, of course. We want
Coming
it to be
from-
a family-friendly stream.
coming from the fighting game community a long time ago to now, like, gotta clean all that up. UMVC 3 was a very weird, very fun time.
yeah, on my streams, I curse like a sailor as well, but I know not to do that here.
Yeah.
So actually, I have a better answer to Evangeline's question about games that I looked at and not speedrun. There's too many to mention, but when I was looking into, my friend Wilco, who was on my Starcraft team back in the day, he used to sit next to me in the gaming house. He switched from Starcraft to speedrunning Super Mario Sunshine full time, and now he does Super Mario 64. When he was getting into it, after a while, I was like, this looks really fun. I need to find a game to speedrun. And I was thinking to myself, what were games that I really enjoyed as a kid? And the first thing I thought of was, there's Yu-Gi-Oh has some cool RPG games, and I was like, I wonder if speedruns exist for Rechef of Destruction, which is a Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh adventure game. And then I found out that nobody has done one, but theoretically, the only way to speedrun the game is to maintain RNG manipulation, which is altered by every single input you do for the entire several-hour run. So one wrong input and you have to reload a save from 20 minutes ago.
Oh, God,
and I was
no.
like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. And I don't think anyone has ever run that game. There are theoretical notes for it last time I checked, but I don't think anyone's done a run.
Yeah, that's a whole bunch of nope.
That's a bit of a better answer for Evangeline. More entertaining here.
The rivalries were too real around that time frame for the FGC then. Those were fun times, man. I do miss that, but you know, we all get older.
So I used to have, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, I actually used to have a world record. Actually, I used to have 4 different world records in Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist. I don't do that anymore. I had world records in that game before a lot of people started running it, and now that more people run it, like, the RNG has been much more optimized. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very RNG heavy. A lot of the older Yu-Gi-Oh! Games are like RNG manip, so it's a lot less RNG heavy, but like that game is not old and it is very RNG heavy. So that game has a bunch of different campaigns, and the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc, using the story decks, I had the world record in that for a while. And I mean, it's a nightmare of a category. It's really bad. There are like 7 or so fights that can just instantly kill the run. There's a guy who has 3 copies of Exodia in his deck and just spams draw cards, and you have to play with the story deck, so you have literally no counterplay. Because in the anime, Yugi uses a bunch of cards that are in the deck, but in the anime, they don't work the way the actual cards work. So the actual deck in the game has no synergy and no counterplay to the actual Exodia cards. So you just redo the fight over and over and over again until he draws dead. So I don't do that anymore. And then there's a bunch of categories that are just, you can use any deck you want. So we had an optimized Exodia deck, which was also basically cheating. And that was less, it was still very RNG, but it was also just mostly like optimizing inputs, which was a little bit more fun for me. But then a guy called Jika just went super ham and like grinded them for hours every single day. And I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to grind for that kind of RNG in Yu-Gi-Oh! No thanks.
Yeah, no, I played enough Yu-Gi-Oh! With the most recent 5 years, and I would not want to put myself through the games itself.
Speaking of Legacy of the Duelist, the German localization is really bad.
Is it?
They did literal translations of the English.
Wow.
So
that's funny. So like Google Translate.
So every time, I think it's Joey telling Yugi that he's got your back. It's the literal translation
like
in
he's
German.
Holding your back. What are the German words? I'll know what you're saying. I'm curious.
Ich hab deinen Rücken. It is the literal. I own
the
your back of your buddy.
That's funny.
It is the literal. I've got the back of your buddy in German. It's absolutely hilarious. I can't take that game seriously.
I also like so the funny thing is I talked about how garbage the Yu-Gi-Oh! Story deck one is. The funny thing is there's different campaigns of story decks for all 4 of the first arcs, and they get progressively worse. For a while I was like, oh, I played competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! For like 6 months maybe when I was really young, back in like vanilla Yu-Gi-Oh! So like before GX and before Synchro Summons. So I was like, okay, I get GX, right? You like elemental heroes and stuff. I can figure that out, even though it was like after my time. But then you get into like Synchro Summons and stuff. But I was like, all right, I'm gonna try the GX one. That looks fun. Except the GX story, the cards work in the anime the way they're supposed to work, which is like a little better. But like half of the duels in that campaign are like, you have horrible decks. And the only way you win is because in the anime, the character draws like a specific combo that they need to win. And you're just playing with the deck. So if you don't draw the specific combo, you just lose. And it'll be like a 4-card combo. And you're like, all right, I'm getting real bored here just drawing cards. Where is the one elemental hero I'm looking for that's in my deck that I only have 1 copy of? Oh, what a terrible speed game. I spent like a year running that just like for fun every now and then. Why did I do that?
I asked myself the same thing when I was playing the actual card game recently. Sitting there playing, I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? What did I do to deserve this?
What does the Pot of Greed do?
We did it!
I play Pot of Greed. That allows me to draw 2 more cards.
Oh, that's what that card does. Okay, now I get it.
Nobody knows. It's a really complicated card.
It is really, really complicated. Actually, the last time I played, it was right before a recent ban list happened. I played a deck called Lunalights. Shocker, it's Catgirls, the deck. And I love that deck because you would summon a monster.
I'm sure.
And it would just be this incredibly beefy monster. She would come out, punch people in the face, and the field would explode. It was great. And then they added, there was this deck that came out where it was like I forget the name of the archetype, but like you would hit the card and like my cards are simple. You would just win because you would hit really hard. This person summoned would be like, hey, do you see this entire stack of cards? Yeah, and just throw it at you. I'm just like, can you? Well, you don't have a deck anymore. Yeah, but you died. Literally, you're dead off of me drawing all like 40 of my cards.
That's kind of fun. I actually just remembered something that was really fun in the Exodia deck runs in Legacy of the Duelist, is that we actually used AI manipulation in order to optimize that, where we would use a card called Painful Choice. I can't remember if it was Painful Decision or Painful Choice. We had both in the run, but there's one of the two. You show 5 cards from your deck to your opponent. They pick 1, that goes to your hand. The other 4 get discarded. So the way the AI manip works is that the AI thinks that spell and trap cards are better. So what you would do is you would pick 4 spell or trap cards, and then also 1 piece of Exodia, and you would always get that piece of Exodia into your hand. So that would be how we would AI manip that, which is kind of fun. A little bit of a fun fact.
Pengyy, we do have a question in a donation.
Ooh.
Yeah, Mr. Untel donates $25 and says, hey Pengyy, as a Swiss living in America, what surprised you the most after moving? What would you change in the US and in Switzerland?
Ooh, okay. I'm not going to get political because we're on the ESA stream. I'm very outspoken on my political views that you can find on my stream or in the politics channel of my Discord. Let's see. So not going political. Let's say...
Actually, I'm legitimately curious myself, too. 'Cause...
Okay, so the thing that I would change the most is that the baked goods here kind of suck. Like, pretty hard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
I miss my Swiss bakeries. I could go for a good cream right about now. Give me like 5 creme schnitt in my face, please.
Okay. Legitimate question.
Yeah.
What is that?
So it's like a layer of pastry, and then like a layer of vanilla cream, and then another layer of pastry, and then another layer of vanilla cream, and then icing.
Okay. All right. You know what?
That was
All right.
easy.
Yeah. You're okay. That sounds fantastic, actually.
I think Bimo wants one too.
And then what would
I
I
have a
hold on?
wicked
So
sweet
then
tooth.
what would I change about Switzer? That's a really hard one.
The particular foods.
No. Access to Korean food. There is barely any Korean food in Switzerland.
Okay.
We have an amazing amount of Korean food around my general area.
There was also
where
the
you're at,
question
that's long.
of what surprised you the most after moving. Anything in particular that comes to mind?
Not really. I mean, I visited the U.S. so much for Starcraft tournaments. Like, I have family in Michigan,
Yeah.
so I spent a lot of time in the U.S. visiting. So nothing really surprised me too much.
But they do say in chat that the answer satisfies them, so...
Okay, cool. I did my best.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for food, so. I mean,
I miss good
That
stuff.
was fun.
Y'all got garbage to hear.
see, I was born in New York, so New York City specifically.
I mean, no. I'm sorry, no.
No.
We have a house in the Ticino, which is right by the Italian border. So no, I'm sorry. Take your New York pizza and go home. Absolutely not. New York pizza is not as good as New Yorkers think it is.
I'll tell you what. If I ever get the chance to try that, I will definitely let you know, because that sounds really good, and it better be really good.
Yeah. What is my favorite Korean dish? Asks Physicus. It's a dish called yoke. I really like yoke. It's essentially like a Korean take on beef tartare. It's kind of like a bulgogi dish if the beef was raw. If you like beef tartare, you'd like yoke. Really, really good. It's like over rice. It's like beef tartare with like an egg over rice. Really, really good. It's a bit of a niche. It's a niche Korean dish. I lived in Korea for 3 months when I was a professional Starcraft player at one of the Korean team houses for Team MVP. And we didn't go out very much because I went in and I went to the coach and I was like, hey, I want you to treat me like one of your players. I want the full experience. I was a player manager for at the time already, so I was like, I'm here to improve as a player, but I also want to sort of get the inside look at the Korean management techniques so that I can take them home and use them for my own team. So So I was like, I want you to treat me exactly like you would treat one of your own players. So I didn't leave the house for 4 weeks because I wasn't good enough at the game. He like came up to me, he was like, are you sure you want to do this, man? Like, you can like go hang. I'm like, nope, I said what I said. Did I stutter? And then we had in-house games. We didn't have, it's not a strict team. MVP was not a super strict team, but we still had to do, instead of like scheduled training hours, it was every day we would have to play. Initially, it was 3 games, then they changed it to a best of 3 against everybody else in the house. And a best of 3 usually runs about, in a tournament, like an hour, but like in practice, probably like half an hour. And there were at times anywhere between 12 and 16 people in the house. So it was several hours, like 4 to 5 hours of just that, and then you'd be expected to practice on your own. And I think in the first 3 weeks, my map score was like 0 and 78. Because like the Koreans will not like take it easy on you ever. And then one day I played against a player named Blaze, who at the time was named Panic. And he was in Code S at the time, which was like the best 32 players in Korea, which is usually the best 32 players in the world. Not so much anymore, but like the rest of the world has sort of caught up. But in 2015, it was the best 32 players in the world, or most of them. And I played against Blaze, and I beat him 2-0, and like the whole house was like freaking out, and the coach made him do dishes for a week. Because he lost to the white guy.
That is amazing. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It was good. It was a good time.
What are we at kill-wise right now, by the way?
2090.
Oh,
Getting there.
getting real close.
Keep the questions coming, guys. Keeps me energized. I like thinking about like random shit. Great. Random stuff.
An utter victory.
So for you folks watching, that would be an average of about 30 minutes left.
Less. Closer to 20.
Closer
Maybe,
to 20.
yeah,
Okay.
like 18 or so, probably on average.
Didn't you say 70 kills in
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Oh, yeah, so, yeah,
So
no, you're right. Closer to, like,
210 is
yeah,
30
you're
minutes.
right. But, you know, we're gonna get a lot of 7s. A lot of 7 packs.
Yeah, okay.
Exclusively
on
6 and
average.
7 packs for the rest of the grind session after this fight.
As I said, on average.
Yeah, like, New York pizza's not awful. But, like, the New Yorkers think, like, a lot of New Yorkers act like their pizza is the best pizza in the world. And I'm sorry. New York pizza is just knockoff Italian pizza. And it tastes like knockoff Italian pizza.
I know this one. I had pizza when I was in Michigan. That was there. And it was all right.
Yeah, there's
It's the best I
fine
got.
pizza everywhere. Like, there's a saying, right, where I've heard it said a few times, like, where it's like, you know, bad pizza is still pizza, right?
Yeah.
Like, very
You're
bad
gonna eat it.
pizza is bad, but like, you know, subpar pizza is still edible.
Yeah, there was a pizzeria
As long as
by
you're not
where I was
ordering
at.
Little Caesars, fine.
I would get Little Caesars in a pinch. So those are good times.
I mean, they're very cheap, but they also taste very cheap, so.
Oh yeah. No, I would get
Oh.
Little Caesars when I was doing like fighting game stuff, where I would be like Friday, crappy pizza and just maybe some drinks with friends. It was always great.
Oh, I know a thing or two about cheap pizza. Usually, if I just don't care what pizza tastes like, I get like a 3-pack of frozen pizzas in the store for $3, $3.50 or something. They do taste like that, but it's just, yeah, I don't care. It's warm. It fills the stomach.
You know what I like? You know what my favorite pizza is that you can't really get here?
An utter victory.
A lot of Swiss places have it. Although different Swiss places, like there's a couple of things that go by the name Pizza Speciale in Switzerland, but the ones that I like are like sometimes it's like a bunch of vegetables. And that's like kind of lame. But the one that I really like, a lot of places will have Pizza Speciale, and it's Kalbsfleisch, so it's like veal, and red chili flakes and roasted onions. Oh my god, I would kill for that.
That sounds good.
That does sound really good.
If I do order pizza, then it's mostly bacon and eggs with roasted onions.
That sounds
That's
good.
also really awesome.
It's making me hungry. This is just making me very, very hungry.
Sorry,
Look,
not
I'm
sorry.
still
You had
sad
burger
that
a
I'm
couple
gonna
hours
have-
ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still
True.
so sad that I'm not going to be able to get food when this is over. It's going to be 6 in the morning.
Bowling Alley Pizza is a tier below Little Caesars. Yes. I don't think I've ever had good bowling alley pizza ever.
I would not trust bowling alley pizza. I will defend people's right to enjoy pineapple on pizza to the death. I think pineapple on pizza is a good 10% pizza. It's the pizza you get when you're bored of your average pizza, and that is fine. If it's your favorite pizza, then you probably make questionable life decisions. But but if you like it now and then,
I don't mind it every once in a while.
yeah.